Good evening. The October 18th, 2021 legislative meeting of the Anne Arundel County Council is now in session. Please silence all electronic devices at this time. As a reminder, masks must be worn in all county buildings. Please stand for the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. This evening, it is my turn to give the invocation, and so I'll ask us all to take a moment of silence to remember Colin Powell, who started his illustrious career with 2 tours in Vietnam. He rose to the rank of a 4-star general, became chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and was the first Black American to be Secretary of State. He showed great leadership, was and a great American, a great patriot, and we're thankful for his example and send our condolences to his family tonight. And now for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read the ethics statement.
The Ethics Commission has asked that I advise you that under certain circumstances, members of the public may qualify as lobbyists when they testify before the County Council. If so, the law requires that certain information be filed with the Ethics Commission. The chairman of the Ethics Commission has asked that those who wish to testify in any form review the general information on lobbying sheet located on the Ethics website under Forms and Publications. If there are any questions about the lobbying requirements, please contact the Ethics Commission at 410-222-4413.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, and I will remind everyone again, please do silence all electronic devices at this time. We will now hear from Madam Auditor Michelle Beaulaire, Controller Karen McQuaid, Michael Beard, and representatives from Clifton Larson Allen for our annual audit update. Please note you can find a copy of the 2020 Single Audit Report on Finance's website at aacounty.org. Madam Auditor, will you be leading?
Sure. Michelle Beaulaire, County Auditor. Tonight, Remy Amasor from Clifton Larson Allen is going to give a presentation on the work that they did for this year's financial reports.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Remy Amasor with CLA. I was the lead principal on the engagement for the county this year. You should have a couple of items. The item that I'm going to be going through tonight is this presentation. However, you do have copies of the financial statements, single audit report, as well as the other deliverables that we issued an opinion on earlier this year. To put things in context this year, and I should say this year, but FY20 as well as FY21 has been a crazy year in regards to government finance. If you've been paying attention to anything, you know that pandemic has played a major part on how we lived in 20 as well as 21. So in governments around the country, you will see a significant influx of dollars, CARES Act funding, ARPA funding now in 21, that had a lot of dollars and a lot of programs being implemented across the country. With that being said, I'll start here on page 3. We were engaged to audit the county's financial statements for June 30th, 2020. Included in those financial statements are information related to the pension and OPEB plan. We also issue opinion on those 2 deliverables. And in conjunction with that audit, we go through and do an audit of all the federal awards received by the county, which is termed the CFA, or Schedule of Expenditures of Federal Awards, which basically tracks all of the federal dollars that come in through the county. Management is responsible for the preparation of those financial statements. We issue an opinion to basically say the information in there.
Sorry. Would the woman in the 3rd row please put on your mask, or else you'll have to leave? Thank you.
Oh, we've already discuss that outside. We're good, thank you.
No, it's not okay, because I'm the chair of the council, and this is where you have to discuss that. So, Madam Secretary, unless you have something else to tell me.
This is, I've already discussed it outside
With who?
with the security and several other people.
Would security please remove this woman from this room because she refuses to put on a mask?
Have you asked about my medical condition? Have you asked about the service dog beneath me? You haven't asked a thing. You are not allowed to remove me for that.
Please remove this woman. Certainly. Would you like to announce that? You can do that, please. The officers asked that we please clear the chambers. Madam Secretary, are we ready to resume? Thank you. Mr. Omasor.
Thank you. Now, you know, from now on, I'm going to have to tell a story that I was delivering an audit result, and I cleared the room based off my presentation. So I'll use it. But continuing on here, we issued an unmodified or clean opinion, which is really the gold standard in auditing there. Basically says the financial statements are free of material error. On slide 4 here are the upcoming auditing standards that are effective over the next 3 years. The 3 bolded there are the ones I tell you will have a significant impact. GASB 84, 87, and 96. And to give you the Cliff Note version of those standards, 87 and 96 expect to see large liabilities coming on your financial statements in those 2 years. In essence, what the Accounting Standard Board basically said is that if you enter into any contract that has a series of payments, if for personal use, think about a mortgage, a car payment, any stream of payments over a period of time now have to be discounted into present value dollars, and then those dollars go on to the financial statements of governmental entities. A lot of talk around it, but the theory there is that any future commitment of dollars now they want to see on the balance sheets of entities. Before, there were certain leases, operating leases, that were not included on the financial statements. And then GASB 84 is a true up. It's called fiduciary activities. It basically says if you hold onto any set of monies for a third party, so think about what you guys have for the pension plan now. Hey, we're technically fiduciaries for those activities. They now need to be included in your financial statements as well. Most folks know about the big ones, pension, OPEB plans, but there are small things, PTA clubs, student government activities. We see those in colleges and K through 12 entities that weren't previously not included on financial statements. So those are the 3 big ones that we're saying to expect, and they're going to take finance a good chunk of time to implement those standards over the next couple of years. This next slide talks a little bit about the Coronavirus Relief Fund, which was issued in March of 2020 last year. And as I mentioned in the opener, there are a lot of money put out from the feds for this pot of money for local governments. And on there, I've just got a handful of the local entities that received that money due to population size was really the main driver there on who got the money directly in this first round of funding. And it varied across the country. A lot of institutions, governmental entities use what we call subrecipients, not-for-profits, other entities to get that money out into the general public. Some folks spend it themselves, so we did see a large swing in terms of how much was spent as of June 30th. When the money had originally came out, the deadline was December 31st of 2020, so a lot of folks spent that money within that 9-month window. So, shortly thereafter, all these funds were spent. They did issue an extension, but it was late December, so most of our clients had already previously encumbered or expensed those funds as of the end of the year. The next slide talks about the ARPA money, or the American Rescue Plan. This money was issued this year. Again, a large amount of funding issued to governments as well as the county. A little bit of nuance in terms of this funding. They do allow for broadband and other infrastructure projects, which was not allowed in the CRF money, as well as this revenue loss calculation, which has been a hot topic in the state and local government industry in terms of if there were revenue losses as a result of the pandemic, you can use some of those funds to replace those dollars. But generically, again, depending on which economy you're in, state you're in, a lot of governments did maintain their funding. We did see dips in some levels of revenues, parking tickets, usage fees, things of that nature. But generally, revenues remained consistent. The other hot topic issue there has been IT. A lot of our governmental clients had to incur significant IT costs to keep operations open, whether it be new IT systems in general, giving access to folks who previously did not have access in terms of laptops and things of that nature. All of this stuff is a nightmare for IT folks in terms of access and security, and we did see a fair amount of breaches, ransomware, local governments being hit with those items. So here's just a couple of items and things that we talked about with the IT team there in terms of ways to mitigate against those threats when it comes to ransomware. In regards to our required communications, these are things that I have to tell you from professionally auditing standards. We performed our audit to obtain reasonable, not absolute assurance. What that means is we go through on the test basis. We don't audit 100% of all transactions. However, we do look through for all material transactions as well as all processes that go into preparing the financial statements. So things like cash disbursements, cash receipts, payroll, journal entries, all the processes that go into preparing the financial statements for the county. As you go through the financial statements, it is a large document. I think Halloween's the next holiday here, so if you do have some time to go through, I'll give you the Cliff Note version, but we always say start at Note 1, which is basically the election of accounting policies. It just goes through and describes the various transactions that go into the financial statements and how management has elected to account for those transactions. With that being said, nothing unusual or major changes in processes this year. So from our standpoint, relatively easy, with the exception of the influx of the large dollars there. As we go through, we have to tell you if there are any difficulties that we experience while going through the audit process. And if we did, we would reach out to council in the process of the audit to make you aware of those difficulties, but there were no items that management prevented us from obtaining. As always, Michelle, as well as Karen and Michael and their teams, they provided us everything that we needed to accomplish the audit in a timely manner. The one thing that I will say is that due to the pandemic, a lot of governmental entities did not make their previous deadlines, which is usually December 31st. So we did have a significant amount of counties in Maryland pushed back due to complications in preparing financial data, just with everything going on and shifting to the remote workforce, if you will. The items here in terms of financial statement and internal control matters that I would like to bring to your attention. There were no material weaknesses. These are significant flaws in internal controls or findings that we would have as a result of our audit. We did not identify any of those matters. We did have one uncorrected misstatement, which is basically something that we brought to management's attention. This has been an item that we've had for the last 2 or 3 years, and it's regarding a legal contingency that we have with a company within the county. That matter is disclosed in the notes to the financial statement, so it is transparent. You can see what it is. However, there's been no dollar value accrued or included in the financial statements for that matter. Slide 10 here talks a little bit about the federal audit of the Uniform Grant Audit. Just gives you some cliff notes on what it is. The dollar value that we audited or was in the scope of the audit. As you can see, we had about $70 million of total federal expenditures this year, and about $40 million of that was related to the CRF, or the Coronavirus Relief Fund, so a new layer of funding that we haven't had previously. So that's where we spent a lot of our time this audit season taking a look at that grant. One, because it's new, but two, because the guidance that came out for those funds was constantly changing. I think the original set of guidance had 3 bullet points. The next set had 3 pages, and then ultimately turned into the books that we all love in terms of guidance on compliance with those dollars. But if you go through, we audited 3 programs this year: the CRF one, CDBG, which is another program with large dollars, and then aging. We did have one matter or one finding related to the CRF funds. To put this in context, I would tell you Most of our clients had a handful of issues with the CRF dollars. One, just due to the amount of funding, how quickly the money had to be put out into the local economy. So we did have what we would typically call housekeeping things. We sent money out. We didn't have items signed the way they should be. And again, when we do that, we look at it in context. We say, is it a one-off? Is this something that we traditionally see? How often do we see it? So there's a lot of things that go into it. But in particular for the county, the finding that we had for the CRF program was related. It was about $1 million related to a contract related to PPE. What the county typically does for their contracts is it's a requisition process. We go through and encumber funds. Basically says we're going to set aside $1 million or $2 million for a particular activity. Then when we actually get an invoice and receive those goods, we book an accrual expense AP from an accounting standpoint, and then that's when those dollars gets charged to a grant. For this particular batch, we ordered about $2 million of PPE. We only received half of that due to various reasons. So the entire amount was charged to the grant. However, we only received half of it. So subsequently, that half had to be removed because we hadn't actually received those items as of June 30th, as of the end of the year. So that was the finding. Again, in terms of levels, I would tell you we're more concerned about unallowable costs, things that the grant, you can't purchase with the grant. So from a level, again, I wouldn't tell you it's a 10. It's more a housekeeping item that was subsequently trued up. And we haven't had any of these types of issues with the requisitions or unexpensed items being charged to a grant. So nonetheless, we still had to report that item as a finding, and you'll see that in the single audit report as finding, I believe, 2020.01. With that being said, overall, it was fairly easy audit to get through. I've mentioned a lot of folks going remote. We did not escape that, so a lot of audits had to be pivoted throughout the year. We could come on site to review some items, but management's preference and most preference of most of our clients were to try to get done as much remotely as possible. With that being said, we hit the 12/31 deadline by a couple of days, and again, very helpful and thankful to management and their team for getting us everything that we needed. And with that, I will turn it over to the council for any questions, comments about the audit or the financial statements.
Thank you, Mr. Omasar. Does anyone have a question? Seeing none, I think we can let you go home for the evening. Thank you for your time. And we will now open our invitation to audience. Madam Secretary, do we have any comments or communications on any subject not included in the printed agenda received from members of the public?
Yes, Madam Chair. We did receive 2 online submissions of testimony under the general or invitation to audience category. They were all, that went to the entire council. It's been added to the record, and a summary was posted online.
Thank you. We will now invite members of the audience who signed up in advance of the meeting to come down. You'll have 2 minutes, and you'll be asked to state your name and address at the beginning of your testimony. Cynthia Edwards and Kurt Svensson. Anywhere's fine. Just make sure the red light is on your mic before you're speaking.
Can I bring this down a little, or do I have to keep it covered?
If you don't mind. Yes,
Okay,
please.
sure.
Thank you.
Good evening to all of you. I wear this hat to not disrespect anyone. I represent the families of homicide victims. This is for my brother's unsolved homicide. I came today to make you aware of, in Anne Arundel County, we opened up the nation's first art gallery that is for and by homicide victims' families. It's called Art That Speaks Life. In fact, there's a press release that I will send to all of you, so you'll have it. Excuse me, I have asthma. One of the things that I include are some historical pieces that come from Washington, D.C., that are from my late mother, Dorothy Hawkins Gray, which was the first and only African-American woman to paint a sitting U.S. president, vice president, and Speaker of the House, which was Clinton, Gore, and Gingrich. And I would like to invite you all to come, especially for next month. Next month, November 20th, through December 20th is National Survivors of Homicide Month. So I just wanted to bring that information to this county to let you know what's here in this county. I also work with Aurora Police Department in that city because that's where my brother was murdered. And we specifically have a unique program that's tailored for unsolved homicides. I created 2 documentaries that speak to what it's like to be, like in my case, my brother was murdered in 1995. I was 14. I'm now 41 next month. And what it's like living with that knowledge and what we do to support families that go through this. So you'll probably see me around your county. I'm 424 pounds. I'm not ashamed to say that. But I walk with an illuminated billboard that attracts people that walk up to me literally everywhere I go and say, oh my God, my son was murdered 10 years ago. My mom was murdered 30 years ago. So I do that because we don't get to tell our stories. And we don't get the lobby, but I'm just here to speak for homicide victims and invite you to see what we created. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Edwards, and thank you for sharing your personal story. Mr. Svensson.
Hi, Kurt Svensson, 943 Juliet Court, Arnold, Maryland. Watching the County Council's October 4th hearing on Bill 7221, ending in the typical 4-3 vote, reversing the county's long-standing opposition to cost increases resulting from prevailing wage laws, was like bizarro world to me. To highlight this stunning reversal, the Anne Arundel County Board of Education stated the county's long-standing position on this subject in testimony to the Maryland legislature in January of 2019. And I'll quote, "Given the school system's $2.1 billion infrastructure backlog, stretching our limited financial resources to complete the most projects for the least cost would support sound public and fiscal policy. Lastly, there is no consistent evidence to suggest that projects undertaken via the higher prevailing wage rates are completed more expeditiously or result in better quality." End quote. There seems to be a lot of this sort of thing going on lately. $1,000 for employee COVID vaccine incentives, $5 million. Ka-ching. A separate $1,000 per employee COVID bonus, $2 to $4 million. Ka-ching. Prevailing wage bill, 7221. We don't know, $5 million to $37 million in 1 year alone. That's a recurring cost. Next up, school bus transportation, $9.7 million. Most of that's also recurring. Ka-ching. That's the equivalent of the county's share to build 2 brand new elementary schools. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Svensson. Before I call up those who have not signed up, I would ask everyone to please check that your mask is on properly, because I see at least 3 people whose masks are not over their nose. And ordinarily, I would not police you like I police my children. However, we have a large crowd here tonight, and in the interest of everyone's safety, I ask you to please cooperate with the rules that apply in this building and this chamber. Now, anyone who would like to speak at the invitation to audience on any subject that is not on our printed agenda for talking about later, if you have something you'd like to say, you can have 2 minutes and come on down. Mr. Waddy, would you like to start?
Yes. Okay. I just wanted to say, one, that I hope we can encourage the restart of virtual testimony so that we don't have to have a room full of people being subjected to the non-mask wearing people who even attend protests outside of school board meetings and want to confront people about their mask wearing. Hello, my name is Stephen Waddy. I'm here to speak on behalf of the NAACP. The address is P.O. Box 6210 in Annapolis, Maryland. I want to start my comments by recognizing the passing of General Colin Powell, a black man who achieved many things in his life and passed away today from COVID-related complications and multiple myeloma. General Powell was an honorable man who was involved in many historic events, some great and some mistakes, of which he took responsibility for and apologized for his actions. He used his voice for good, even though it meant some of his closest allies and friends, even his political party, would leave him. We recognize his courage, and may he rest in peace. Thank you for your service. This past week, the NAACP joined with members of the collective to hold a series of panels on mental health in the black community. The audience received a wealth of information on the issues. Some of the solutions mentioned were that underemployed, essential, and frontline workers receive living wages and adequate and affordable health care. This was described as part of an umbrella of care which could assist those who are currently unemployed and underemployed with coming off the sidelines to participate in the COVID economy. The panel series buttressed the NAACP's testimony submitted to the council as it sat as the Board of Health last Monday. Dr. Kalyanarama's presentation emphasized mental health as a priority in addressing the pandemic-related stress currently plaguing this community. We hope to see this emphasis reflected in the county's budget in relation to the needs of black workers who are driving our kids to and from school, cleaning our businesses, and engaging in other low-paid essential work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Waddy. Ms. Leahy.
Thank you. Amy Leahy, I live in Severna Park, Maryland. I basically wanted to just bring to the council's attention 2 weeks ago when I was here testifying or listening in the audience. I left a little bit early. I was out of here by almost 9 o'clock. And then when I remembered something I had left behind in the council chambers, I literally could not get back into the building. The guards had shut everything down out there, the machines, everything was shut down. The only way I got back into the building was because one of the county employees who knew me was able to convince the guard that I should be allowed back in. Now, when you still have meetings going on here, and it probably went until midnight, I don't see any reason why all of that machine equipment should be shut down, not allowing the public to come into the building when they may have business to conduct here. So I just want to bring that to your attention, and I think that as long as meetings are going on, people should be allowed to come in. And if it came down from County Executive Pittman's office, that determination, I think it does not bode well for transparency, which is what he is touting all of his, he seems to think that's a big thing. So I just want to bring that to your attention, and I would like to make sure that other people who are coming in to conduct business in this building are able to get in. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leahy. Ms. Johnson.
Good evening. The mic's not on, is it?
It's not. There you go.
Julie Johnson, P.O. Box 6634, Annapolis, Maryland. It's good to see you all. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Tonight, I decided to say the ending part at the beginning because I run out of time too often. So three things for you to carry away. Number one, the judge, since I wasn't in the courtroom, the judge found me guilty as a matter of default under the request for judgment. I can't speak. Judgment on affidavit. The only problem was that the only witness that had facts had never filed an affidavit. And so it was kind of strange that he could decide that I was guilty. But ponder that, and then the fact then was that the clerk of the court was supposed to record that judgment as fast as possible, and she was supposed to mail a copy of it to me. But she sat on it, or somebody sat on it, for 5 months and 4 days, so that it wasn't even dated until August 10th. And that happened to be the same day that the attorney from the county filed a case against me saying I was in contempt of court because I hadn't paid the fine about the case that I didn't know about. So it's all kind of fun and but the reason that I'm here is that this has been really difficult for me, and I'm bringing these documents to you so you can see them and evaluate them for yourself. Is there a way that we can avoid having other people go through the ordeal that I've gone through? That's what I'm asking you for in the way of help. So we got as far as this form called Request for Adjudication. And I'm sorry I didn't get it. Can't remember whether I emailed it to you or not, but I don't think so. And attached to this are a bunch of affidavits, but missing is the one from the one and only witness. So, anyway, so the attorney from the county filed this with the clerk of the court. Oh, doggone, I told you, I'm running out of time.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. We'll see you next time.
You got me,
Does
Angie.
anyone else wish to speak on a subject not on the printed agenda?
Oh, whoops. Can I give you this one too? Whoops. Not that
Okay.
one. This one.
Mr.
There should be
Bracy?
one
Yes.
typed and one in here.
Only on subjects that are not on the printed agenda. If you want to speak about a bill, that's later. Not now. Right. Thank you. The invitation to audience is now closed. Is there any item any council member would like to place on the agenda? Seeing none, may I have a motion that the partial reading of any bill, resolution, amendment to a bill or resolution, or minutes constitutes the reading of the whole?
Allison Pickard, so moved.
Is there a second?
Broadband, second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Madam Secretary, please read the minutes of October 4th, 2021.
The meeting was called to order by Chair Lacey at 7 p.m. and opened with the invocation given by Ms. Hare. The meeting was held in the County Council chambers in Annapolis, Maryland. There were approximately 7 persons in the audience.
May I have a motion to approve the minutes of October 4th, 2021?
Allison Pickard, so moved.
Is there a second?
Broadband, second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. The minutes of October 4th, 2021 stand approved as read. Madam Secretary, please read the titles of any bills to be introduced this evening.
Bill number 8821, an ordinance concerning current expense budget Board of Education supplementary appropriation. Bill number 8921, an ordinance concerning current expense budget supplementary appropriations. Bill number 9021, an ordinance concerning personnel, positions in the classified service, Department of Public Works and Police Department, position control, Office of Central Services and Department of Public Works. Bill number 9121, an ordinance concerning approval of private disposition of county-owned property consisting of approximately 37.5 plus or minus acres, known as 1127 Braggers Road in Odenton, Maryland. Mr. Pruski, you can probably help me out there. Bill number 9221, an emergency ordinance concerning budget, grants, special revenue fund, limitation on conditional appropriation. Bill number 9321, an ordinance concerning subdivision and development, adequate school facilities, residential development in transit-oriented overlay development policy areas. Bill number 9421, an ordinance concerning subdivision and development and zoning, Glen Burnie Sustainable Community Overlay Area, transit-oriented overlay development policy areas. Bill number 9521, an ordinance concerning construction and property maintenance code supplement, international building code supplement, exterior wall glass and glazing, non-residential construction.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. When you catch your breath, please read the resolutions to be introduced this evening.
Resolution number 5221, resolution confirming the appointment of a member of the classified service to serve on the Pension Oversight Commission for Anne Arundel County. Resolution number 5321, resolution approving submission of names for the Property Tax Assessment Appeal Board. Resolution number 5421, resolution requesting the Charter Revision Commission to consider certain issues. Resolution number 5521, resolution approving the nominations for appointment to the Stakeholder Advisory Committee for Region Planning Area Number 2. Resolution number 5621, resolution approving the nominations for appointment to the Stakeholder Advisory Committee for Region Planning Area Number 4. Resolution number 5721, resolution approving the nominations for appointment to the Stakeholder Advisory Committee for Region Planning Area Number 7.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We will be voting on resolution numbers 52 and 5321 at the end of the meeting. And for those keeping score at home, resolution 4821 will be voted on November 1st, 2021 to meet a notice period that's required for that resolution. And with that, it's tennis time. Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill number 7321 as amended.
Bill number 7321, an ordinance concerning approval of lease agreement for Coppermine Tennis Facility.
Mr. Barron, when you're ready.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the council. Joining me is our team, our budget officer, Chris Trumbauer, our Rec and Parks Director, Jessica Lays, also from Rec and Parks, Ms. Erica Matthews, from Central Services, our purchasing officer, Mr. Heim, and from Law, Ms. Christine Nieder. This was discussed at the last meeting. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Trumbauer, and I think Ms. Lays for some quick comments.
Thank you, Ms. Barron. Chris Trumbauer with the administration. Just very quickly, we've had a robust public hearing on this. I know there's been a lot of questions from the council. I'll remind you, the administration did put together kind of an FAQ document, which we sent back on October 8th to you to address some of the concerns. I also wanted to put on the record that we know that there is a typo in the lease. I know several have asked us about that. On page 8, there is a mistaken reference to an ice rink, and we're sorry that one slipped past the goalie, but that can be fixed administratively. Mr. Heim is here to explain that if needed. And then finally, I'll just remind the council before we turn it over to Ms. Lays that this is a P3, a public-private partnership that we are bringing forward. We've gone through the process. I know that is of interest to the council. In fact, you passed a whole bill about it unanimously to encourage the administration to do more public-private partnerships. So we're here to answer any questions. I know Ms. Lays does want to make some remarks, so I'll turn it over to her.
Awesome. Jessica Lays, Director for Recreation and Parks. First and foremost, I just want to say thank you to all of you for investing so much time and effort to getting smart on this project and the lease. I know it's been a very consuming, but an affirmation of the process for which we all operate here at Anne Arundel County. I appreciate the conversations, especially over the last 2 weeks with many of you, and working together even when we disagree. So during the October 4th meeting, you received a lot of written and verbal testimony, both in support and opposition to this bill. The Millersville Tennis Facility has been discussed and supported since 2016, when the tennis community began outreach and education on the needs for more tennis courts in Anne Arundel County. Advocates attended town halls, budget meetings, Rec and Park stakeholder meetings, and numerous public forums, often with their rackets in their hands. For years, the tennis community has lobbied for a facility in Anne Arundel County. In 2017, the public spoke out in support for tennis as part of our Land Preservation, Parks and Recreation Plan, known as the LPPRP. They stood by the announcement of the Tennis Alliance to be our partner to fund, build, and operate the indoor tennis facility, an estimated $6 to $8 million investment from a partner. The county committed $7.1 million to the development of the site, which would include the outdoor courts, the parking lot, and the trails around the park. Rec and Park moved forward with feasibility studies, engineering, and design. Unfortunately, in 2019, the Tennis Alliance and the county agreed that the partnership would no longer work, and the county moved to find a new partner. We issued an RFP to design, construct, and manage and operate an indoor facility in efforts to reestablish the public-private partnership that has always been part of this project. We wanted to keep the Millersville tennis facility moving forward. Tonight, you will vote on the outcome of that procurement process, the lease with Coppermine to partner with Anne Arundel County. We will develop the property, build the outdoor courts, parking, and trails. They will come in and build the indoor facility. Once all the construction is completed, Coppermine will then operate the facility with the designated oversight by the county, specifically the Department of Recreation and Parks. We have committed to transparency and communication with our stakeholders, our community members, and our future partner. The county has worked hard to acknowledge all of the community concerns. We've offered compromises in good faith. We have continued to work with the tennis community to create the best tennis experience, and we look forward to working with Coppermine to provide a public service for all residents of Anne Arundel County. We do appreciate your support on this project, and we are here to answer any specific questions that you might have this evening.
Thank you. I'll take that as a cue. Do any of my colleagues have questions? Mr. Volke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volke, District 3. Ms. Lays, after our hearing a few weeks ago and the discussions about this bill, looked around at surrounding jurisdictions to try to see if anyone had anything on this scale. For instance, 8 courts outside, 8 courts inside. And I could not find anything nearly this large. I found in Prince George's County that they have 3 different tennis bubbles, as they call them. The largest has 9 courts, 5 indoor, 4 outdoor. I looked in Baltimore County. It looked like the only place they had has 4 indoor courts. And I looked in Howard County, and I may have missed it, but I didn't find any that were public facilities. They looked like there were quite a few indoor facilities that were private. I'm just trying to understand that the whole question is getting to, is any other surrounding jurisdiction, do they have anything nearly on par with the facility that we're looking at putting here in this county?
Mr. Volke, I don't really know the answer to that question. I've surveyed a lot of my peers on the tennis need and how to meet that need. We've had a lot of conversations about P3 partnerships in order to fill the voids that most counties are feeling with lack of resources, but we haven't had specific conversations about who has indoor facilities. I know that I get a lot of comments from the tennis community about going into other counties like Howard County and Baltimore County for indoor practices and indoor facilities, but I don't know whether they are county-run facilities or privately run facilities.
Anyone else? Ms. Bickard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Lays and team, for being here another evening. I just wanted to, we had a lovely conversation during the last 2 weeks, and I just ask for the record, 8 indoor courts and 8 outdoor courts, the amount of space they take up is about 2 multi-purpose fields, correct? So we're not talking about a lot of space.
Correct. So the site could fit 3 multi-purpose fields in the footprint of which we are proposing the indoor-outdoor courts currently.
And when the council funded this in the budget, we reduced the footprint considerably. I'm frustrated that we're with sort of where we are tonight. But with 80, I have an 82-year-old father who's still playing tennis, and I know the courts at Sawmill Park are full a lot, and tennis being intergenerational, lifelong sport, I'm really excited about this project. I'm excited about having really nice facilities in Anne Arundel County. And I'm excited about the public-private partnerships. As many of you know, I'm eager to see revitalization and redevelopment, and often that is done through public-private partnerships. But this is a fantastic project for a public-private partnership. We've seen indoor courts close at private facilities because they can make more money servicing youth athletics and indoor soccer, lacrosse, baseball practice. So the public-private partnership allows us to move forward in a way that enhances the quality of life for youth through age 80. And it's time Anne Arundel County started procuring nice things and recreational assets. I'm excited. I hope we can get through this lease tonight. I hope everybody can get their questions answered and we can move forward.
Anyone else before we go to the public hearing? Okay, seeing none. We will now open the public hearing on Bill number 7321 as amended. Madam Secretary, do we have any testimony received from members of the public?
Yes, Madam Chair. We did receive a significant number of online submissions this time, 311 in total, 304 opposed, 6 supported, 1 was no position. We also received a small handful of emails that came to some of us and me as well. Those were all shared with the council this afternoon. Everything has been added to the record.
Thank you. So, time for the public hearing. I'm going to do as before, call up folks who signed up beforehand, and I'll call 4 to 6 at a time. When you come down, when it's your turn, make sure the red light is on before you start speaking, because otherwise the audio doesn't pick up your comments at all. And then state your name and your address, and you'll have your 2 minutes. First, Douglas Lamartin, Tom Walsh, Kathy Shields, and David Demers. Mr. Lamartin.
Good evening. My name is Douglas Lamartin. I'm the president of the Annapolis Area Tennis School. We're a charitable organization dedicated to bringing tennis to everyone. We've been around for over a dozen years. We work with the city and the county recreation departments. We currently give classes for the Anne Arundel County Recreation and Parks office. Every year we serve over 500 participants. Our classes are usually for beginners, and we cover kindergarten to senior citizens. We teach outdoors in good weather on public courts. Every year we come to the end of the outdoor season, and our parents and students ask us the same question. Can we get to more tennis? We're excited. My child wants to keep it up. What can we do this winter? The best we can do is refer them to Bowie, to private facilities, or to tell them to try to squeeze into the Navy Brigade Sports Center when the varsity team isn't using the building. So we don't have a good answer. We'd like to teach tennis year-round. We know we have people who want to learn tennis year-round. We're looking for that opportunity. We've been supporting this project since the beginning, way back 2013 in the original meetings in the tennis community. We've been at the 24-hour for tennis charitable events. We've been at committee meetings, council meetings, participated in many activities. We're hoping you can bring it home.
Thank you, Mr. Lamartin. Mr. Walsh?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tom Walsh. I live at 1902 Shore Drive in Edgewater, Maryland. I have a unique perspective. Pardon me. I was a high school tennis coach for over 30 years in Prince George's County, When I moved to Anne Arundel County, I got involved in USTA and have been very fortunate enough to be on teams and have a lot of friends on other teams that go to national tournaments. There's something involved in each one of these, and it's the people that I've met when I was on the high school committee from other counties that had indoor facilities. And then when we go to national tournaments, we talk to people that have indoor facilities they practice year-round. I've got a team that is going in February to Arizona, and in a month or so, we will not be able to practice unless we rent courts. We would ask you to please consider the high school kids, when they go to tournaments, they go to play against kids from other counties that have indoor facilities. So for our high school kids and for our senior citizens, we'd ask you please consider this and please vote in favor of this facility. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Ms. Shields.
Hi, my name is Kathy Shields. I live at 7006 Chandler Village Court in Annapolis. This statement isn't for me, but for the hundreds of little mini-me's that I have coached for the last 8 years. I started the spring, summer, and fall junior tennis programs through Anne Arundel County Association, otherwise known as ACTA. Notice that when I talked about the programs, I didn't say winter, just spring, summer, and fall. Juniors who want to play tennis year-round have no option but to go outside our county to continue their progression in the game. I grew up in Talbot County, a population of about 40,000 people. We had an indoor option called cross-court tennis facility with 4 indoor courts and 12 outdoor courts at the local Y. This facility was built in the early 1970s, and it continues to be successful and busy providing year-round tennis for juniors and adults today. With a population of approximately 600,000, or 15 times the size of Talbot County, Anne Arundel County has no indoor courts to offer its citizens. Tennis is a lifetime sport. This is why parents want their children to learn the game. Tennis has provided me significant life experiences, including the health benefits of playing, as well as enabling successful transitions for me when I've moved to cities like Atlanta, St. Joe, Michigan, and back to Annapolis during my career. This project was approved several years ago by the County Council. It's taken years to finally get over the finish line due to a number of factors, including COVID. While I would like to ensure the language in the lease with Coppermine states that the facility will focus primarily on tennis and will include outreach to the community, I have confidence in both the county and in Coppermine that their intentions are sincere. And like the 2 swim centers, the 2 golf courses, and the ice hockey rink in Anne Arundel County, this tennis facility will remain focused on the sport it was built for. Thank you for listening and for the time and effort you spend in trying to make our county the best for all of its citizens.
Thank you, Ms. Shields. Mr. Demers.
David Demers. I live at 70 Linda Lane in Millersville, and I oppose this bill. I want to review the economic concerns with this lease. First of all, it's expensive. $7.4 million of county and state program open space funds, plus $8 million from Coppermine, $2 million of which is in cash, and another $6 million loan. This $8 million from Coppermine may feel like free money, but it's not. Coppermine is depending on the user fees from county tennis players and others to pay back their $2 million in cash equity, the principal plus interest on their $6 million loan, the facility operating costs, maintenance costs, Coppermine's profit, and the rent to the county. To do this, the user fees will need to be high, too high for many county residents. Yet the Department of Recreation and Parks says they will make the park accessible using their authority to approve or reject Coppermine's fees and by offering fee waivers and free days. Let's remember, Coppermine is not a nonprofit, and indoor tennis is a tough business. Former venues in the county have failed or switched to other uses. Coppermine's financial success in this tough business is based on the user fees in their proposal. The fiscal realities of covering costs and making a profit will limit the Department of Recreation and Parks' ability to reduce those fees or offer free use. And the large public investment in this facility could give Coppermine's fitness and physical therapy offerings an unfair advantage over existing businesses in the county. Finally, if Coppermine fails, that leaves taxpayers holding the bag with unfunded responsibilities for this facility. I'm not opposed to a tennis center, but this is the wrong location and a bad lease for the county. Please oppose this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Demers. Now we'll have Patricia Lilac, Stacia Bontempo, Maribeth Love, and Jeffrey DeCaro. Ms. Lilac, you are first.
My name is Trish Lilac, and I live at 70 Linda Lane, and I oppose the bill. During the 10-4 meeting, council members asked DRP questions about the cost of handling the tennis center and Copper Mines user fees. Those answers require clarification. First, how much would be lost if the project was canceled? When Mr. Pruski and Mr. Volke asked this, DRP implied that $2.5 million would be lost. The correct answer is roughly $800,000. That's spent on design and engineering. Some of this might not be lost, however. Results from geotech studies are relevant to other park uses. Unspent open space and county funds could be renegotiated, returned, or repurposed at no net loss. The county still owns the property, so the purchase price is not lost. Cost to solve traffic and safety issues from a tennis center might exceed $800,000. So to cancel and forfeit the design cost might even yield a net savings. Question 2, what will the fees be? Council members asked many questions on user fees. Will they be above or below market rates? Is there a min or max? Are there specifics on day rates and free days? Ms. Fiedler asked if the fees would be $4 to $6 a day for like our swimming pools in the $20 range or the $50 to $100 range. DRP responded with, we'll negotiate this later. Actually, we can answer the fee question right now. Copper Mines' proposal provides the fees they think they need to succeed financially. 1, the rates are like the Copper Mines' other locations. 2, the indoor rates range from $30 an hour to $48 for prime time. 3, users must also buy a $240 annual membership or pay $15 guest fee per visit. 4, there is no public pricing reduction, lower rate for county residents, senior rates, or day rates. 5, there is a large gulf between Copper Mines' proposed fees and DRP's promise of public pricing. And then finally, any DRP leveraged negotiation would be limited severely by Copper Mines' need to cover its costs and make a profit.
Thank you, Ms. Lilac.
Thank you.
Ms. Bontempo?
Hi, my name is Stacia Bontempo, and I live on 1023 Cars Road in Annapolis. I am president of the Anne Arundel County Tennis Association. I spoke here 2 weeks ago, if you recall. Tonight, I'm here representing the USTA players in our county, the junior team tennis players in the county, the new to tennis players that we have programming for, and the recreational players that we represent. In total, almost 3,000 people. In fact, I've invited several of them here tonight. In an effort to value your time, I've asked most of them not to come up and testify, but instead I'd like to ask them to stand now to show their support for the tennis center and the lease with Copper Mine. I have asked our members over the last few weeks to email all of you directly, and tonight I bring with me 343 signed letters from our members. We support this tennis center and the lease with Copper Mine, and we ask you to do so as well. Thank you for your time tonight and for your careful consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Bontempo. And Ms. Love?
Yes. I read yes. My name is Maribeth Love. I live at 881 Cecil Avenue in Millersville, and I'm an appointed member of the Millersville Park CAC. At our last meeting on the 4th, the question was asked, how many tennis courts? Mr. Volke asked specifically if there would be 8 outdoor tennis courts, as the DRP statement stated, or 16 as the design drawings were submitted to the RFP. DRP acknowledged that the design has space for 16 outdoor courts, but the Pittman administration committed to only 8. There is nothing to prevent expanding to 16 outdoor courts with the current design if a future administration, Copper Mine proposal, or new council review chose to do so. It is evident that the vision of this project has changed, but the design plans did not. Being a member of the CAC, I know what the original plan was. Mr. Trumbauer said that the Pittman administration vision for the tennis center changed from tournament play as of the Hsu administration to community focus. This is a major shift in vision and proposal, but the design did not change. The engineering drawings accompanying the RFP were the original tournament facility drawings. A community-focused park would place small tennis facilities nearer to user groups, not concentrating massive tennis in one place. A large tennis concentrated facility is useful for tournament play, not community park model. This shift in purpose constitutes a change in project design. Using old plans and drawings for a discarded vision purpose is inappropriate. I again oppose the signing of this bill for this lease and request that the project plan and design be relooked and reworked and the CAC be reactivated. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Love. And Mr. DeCaro?
Yes, good evening. My name is Jeff DeCaro. I live in Edgewater, Maryland. I'm a trial lawyer by day and a tennis player by night. I can't really say much more than what Ms. Picard has already said about the need for tennis in the county. I actually played football in college. I didn't pick up tennis until my 30s, and I love hearing stories about people that play until their 80s. That's what the sport's all about. It's a non-contact sport. It's something that people can do for many, many years, their entire life. This is very much needed in the county, and I would just echo the comments of my fellow tennis members, members of the tennis community. I've actually been a member of the Tennis Alliance since its inception. So we've been at this for about 8 years now, and we are very pleased that it's gotten this far, and we're hoping we get across the finish line here very soon. And I just thank you for your time and your attention, and I'm hoping this goes forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeCaro. This panel is dismissed. The next four people are Wayne West, Robert Neuscher, Elizabeth Stroka, and Sean Rehak. Mr. West?
Thank you for letting me speak tonight. My name is Wayne West. I'm from 859 Whisper Drive, which is off of Cecil Avenue in Millersville, Maryland, 21108. I'd like to talk a little bit tonight again about the same thing I talked about on October 4th when I was here, and my concern about this facility and where it's at is the extreme oversubscription we have in this area to the infrastructure due to the unchecked building that's been going on for several years now. Now we have roads and infrastructure failing all over the place. I mentioned the last time on October 4th that in the last couple of years we've had a couple of aquifers failing in this area, which means we've had to get down to the third aquifer. So what used to cost you about $8K back in 2002 for a well is now over $30K. I hope the county and Coppermine's willing to pick this up, because the last thing we need to do is be punching another hole into the aquifer for a commercial-sized complex of this nature. And unfortunately, there isn't any public water in the area. The other problem we have in Anne Arundel County is when they put what they call so-called public water in for a development, they usually put it in a water tower. Well, guess what? They feed that tower from wells. Wrong answer. That simply exacerbates the situation rather than resolving a problem. Anne Arundel County really ought to consider looking into these things they call reservoirs to help take some of the load off of the aquifers. And also, in this particular project, what about the runoff from the sports complex? I have not seen, heard, or read anything about an environmental impact study. This has to be done, and the results have to be available to the residents in the area, because this is going to directly impact them. I have nothing against tennis. I used to play tennis. I like to play tennis. But let's put it where the infrastructure can support it.
Thank you very much, Mr. West.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Nusher?
Hi, everyone. Robert Nusher here. I live at 8210 West Hatton Court in Severn, Maryland. Currently the head teaching professional at Bowie Sport Fit. Our program there, in my academy, I teach over 160 juniors, over 100 adults. I'd say half of those make that trek down Route 3 to come to Bowie Sport Fit because that's the closest indoor facility just outside Anne Arundel County. To answer the councilman's question earlier about indoor county facilities, in PG County, the Cosca Tennis Bubble has 4 indoor courts. The Watkins Tennis Bubble has 5. In Montgomery County, the Cabin John Tennis Center, which is now the Pauline Betts Tennis Center, has 5 indoor tennis courts. The Wheaton Indoor Tennis Facility, which is county-run, has 6. So Anne Arundel County has none. I'm sure if the county wanted to do a bare bones tennis bubble and just bubble over 8 courts and put a trailer, it could make money, okay? But it hasn't been done in the 25 years that I've been in the county. I support this measure. I think it would be great for the county. We have a definite need for a tennis facility here. Would I lose clients? Probably. They wouldn't make that drive. But there are enough tennis people, supporters of tennis in Anne Arundel County, for an indoor facility for Bowie and the Copper Mine Tennis Facility to coexist. If you Google tennis lessons near me in Anne Arundel County, you get 2 courts that show up in Millersville. You get the Long Reach Tennis Center in Columbia. You get the Owen Brown Tennis Club in Columbia. You get Wild Lake in Columbia. Why? Because there is no tennis facility really in Anne Arundel County. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nusher. And now Ms. Sroka.
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Sroka, and I reside at 1022 Arundel Station in Millersville. I am opposed to the lease. There are a number of recent developments that occurred that provide strong reasons for you to oppose the Copper Mine lease. The Tennis Alliance has expressed opposition to the lease. They agree the lease will not deliver affordable access and other public benefits and not specify enough control over Copper Mine's operation. Capital Gazette columnists from both sides of the political spectrum have recently published well-written arguments opposing the tennis center and the lease. Vague responses of the Department of Recreation and Parks officials during the last council meeting are another reason to vote no. It is disturbing to me that Recs and Parks could not provide more specifics about fees, hours of operation, night lighting, special events, or other details on how the tennis center would function and succeed. All of those details are deferred until they negotiate a memorandum of understanding after the lease is locked in. But there are no specifics on how they will negotiate those critical MOUs, especially in the case that Copper Mine and Recs and Parks cannot agree on a fee schedule for public pricing or other operational issues. 2 weeks ago, an amendment to the bill was passed, but it does not address major deficiencies in the lease or that the project is in the wrong location and will have a negative impact on the Millersville community. I read the online votes and comments. There is significant community opposition. The tennis enthusiasts in favor of the Copper Mine want to play tennis at any cost, even if the cost is a poor lease agreement, ill-conceived project, and harm to the Millersville community and scenic roads. The current lease agreement is not an effective legal contract. Please vote no on this dangerously vague agreement that has significant community opposition. I advocate a tennis facility at a different location than Millersville. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Sroka. Mr. Rehak?
Yes, hi, thank you for your time. Obviously, my name is John Rehak. I run tennis and fitness facilities for Copper Mine. I've been doing this job for a little over 10 years. It is my and Copper Mine's hope to fill a huge void in the Anne Arundel County area of bringing and hoping to grow the sport of tennis. It's a sport that you can play for a lifetime. Coppermine is going to take this responsibility seriously. We pride ourselves in our customer service as well as our commitment to the surrounding communities. Please be rest assured that this is our sole goal, and that's why I'm here today, to reassure everybody that it's our goal to grow the sport of tennis, and that's what this facility is being built for. I have been running the tennis facilities even before Coppermine bought one. I ran Bear Hills Racket and Fitness Club, and when it struggled and other tennis facilities were failing, I figured out a way to try to make it profitable. It is a tough business to make a profit, but I have proven track record, and I've done it before, and I know we can do it again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rehak. This panel is dismissed. Next, we have Deborah Weller, Michael Doyle, Alex Jacobs, and Randy Stevens. Ms. Weller.
My name is Deborah Weller, and I am presenting on behalf of Old Millersville Neighborhood Association. I live at 120 Linda Lane, and we oppose the bill. We are not against tennis, but this is a bad lease and the wrong location for any large commercial-style facility. We need to work together to find the right place for a tennis facility, develop a good lease and a sound fiscal plan, and determine the right use for Millersville Park. We do not want a weak lease to lead to a repeat of the Compass Point golf course fiasco, where the golf course was run by a third party and the county had very little say in the operation, but had financial obligations that cost us millions. We also need to take a serious look at what we build at Millersville Park. The county purchased the land for active recreation. That does not automatically mean a large facility like a tennis center or a multiple athletic field. In fact, the idea of athletic fields was rejected because of environmental impacts. The selection of activities on this parcel should be decided by a realistic look at community needs, capacity of the parcel and surrounding infrastructure, traffic, environmental impact, and proximity to the user groups. All stakeholders should be represented. I would like to also remind the Council that the tennis and indoor tennis ranked 9 out of 25 needs in the 2017 Parks and Rec Plan. A lower-cost multi-purpose park can be designed to include active recreation such as fitness and exercise trail, a ball field, a basketball court, a tennis court, and playground. Such a facility would also have lower environmental impact and provide outdoor opportunities to more of the county residents, your constituents. So vote no to ratifying this lease. Then let's all commit to think about what is best used for our tax dollars, Millersville Park, the local community, and find the right place for this tennis facility.
Thank you, Ms. Weller. Mr. Doyle?
Hi, my name is Michael Doyle, and I live at 1652 Isabella Court in Millersville, and I oppose Bill 7321. I would like to briefly mention about the stakeholder engagement and the location of the tennis facility. The Millersville Park Plan disenfranchises neighboring communities who are major stakeholders by failing to engage them in park discussions. Millersville Park is not the right place for this location, for this facility. The tennis center will consume undeveloped land in a rural residential area along an unnumbered rural road and across from an elementary school. It will change the character of the immediate neighborhood. Pittman has acknowledged that Millersville Park is not the right place. This commercial scale facility will draw traffic to Route 3 and is failing intersection with Millersville Road. It will worsen traffic congestion and safety problems on local roads and near the school. The county's traffic study will be done in November and well after today's vote. If a private developer tried to build this exact facility at this location, the county would probably deny that. plan to put tennis centers in the wrong location advance relentlessly because the county bypassed the requirements it imposes on private developers. A county committed to enforcing zoning regulations, smart growth, and Plan 2040 must walk the walk in its own projects. Large tennis facilities should be near concentrations of tennis players in commercially developed areas with good infrastructure, roads, water, and sewer, not in Millersville Park. Now is the time for the county council to listen to and stand up for the involved Millersville neighborhood and not cave in the face of developers, politicians, money, or special interest groups and deny the lease and eventually the entire project.
Thank you, Mr. Doyle. Mr. Jacobs?
Thank you very much. Thank you. My name is Alex Jacobs, 1400 Coppermine Terrace, Baltimore, Maryland. I am the owner of Coppermine, and I appreciate everybody's comments, the ones that are for us and also the ones that are opposed to us. We offer 12 sports and athletic activities in 12 different locations in and around Baltimore. We respect this public-private partnership. We are also involved in another public-private partnership in Baltimore City, which is the Dewburn Sports Arena. We also engage in another public-private partnership in Harford County, developing 8 outdoor turf fields, building those for a tournament venue costing roughly $12 million. We respect this opportunity here as a tennis facility in the Anne Arundel area. We just recently purchased a health club in Anne Arundel County as well, so we are invested in your area. Every person in this room and in this county is our customer. That's who we support. That's who we want to provide programming for. We have to do this correctly and make sure that we are supportive of the local tennis community, the local neighborhoods, and those sort of things, because we have a reputation over the last 10 years to be supportive within the community that we serve. We are a for-profit company, but we've never turned down a youth athlete in any of our programs at all. We provide scholarships for them, and those come out of our personal funds. We're very fortunate to have full-paying customers, and we also have all walks of life, the people that cannot pay. We also provide programming for 12 charter schools in the city. We get recommendations from the principals of children that cannot pay to play in any of our sports activities, and we scholarship those children. So, I wouldn't get hung up on the fact that we're for-profit, nonprofit. We'll never turn somebody away because they cannot play a sport. We're very fortunate. We find sponsorships for our programs. We have a very robust community that we serve, and we're very excited about being in the Anne Arundel County. As far as the location, I can't help you with that. We didn't decide that, but we are very good operators. We provide jobs for 350 employees. Hopefully we can provide more jobs for folks in this market, and we're very excited to be down here, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobs. Mr. Stevens?
Yes, Randy Stevens at 258 Woodard Road in Arnold, Maryland. I'm here in an effort to support the tennis facility, the indoor and outdoor facility at Millersville Park with the Coppermine LLC. As a former coach, and this is disgusting, tennis pro, general manager, etc., at Big Vanilla, Severn Valley, Bowie Sport Fit, and director of tennis for the city of Annapolis, and have owned Totally Tennis and a tennis retail facility for all over 40 years. With that in mind, I'm in a unique perspective to understand that the Anne Arundel County Tennis Center that includes indoor and outdoor courts is truly needed and a serious desire for the community. In addition to financial benefits for the Anne Arundel County, the indoor facility would provide it with and be able to better serve the growing tennis community that we are here to support, where people in the past or at present have had to travel for tournaments, clinics, all the way to Baltimore and to Howard County to meet their needs. As frequently mentioned in the paper, and of course by Mr. Demers, that this concept of an indoor tennis facility will not support itself. Having been the general manager or tennis director of the 3 that have gone down, they have gone down because of the model that they wish to support for their activities. Severn Valley went to API, Big Vanilla has gone to Larry Ray, then after Larry Ray it had gone on to the Y, which is a nonprofit fundraising event. So noted by that, we can support a facility, and this indoor facility, under good management, will support the community and be financially successful. In conclusion, I recommend that we go ahead with the facility as seen in the Coppermine lease.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. This panel is dismissed. I have two more people who signed up in advance, and they are James Philip Apple and Ellen Humphreys Ponder. And I'll be calling people, or giving you the opportunity, if you did not sign up, to speak on this bill. So I've got two chairs down here if there are two people who would like to be prepared to have the opportunity to speak. Yes, go ahead, ma'am. Ms. Johnson, you can come on down. Oh, okay, well, come on down. We've got 6 chairs. Yeah. Someone save a chair for Ms. Johnson, please. There we go. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Apple?
Good evening, Chairwoman Lacey, council members, ladies and gentlemen. My name is James Appel. I live at 1809 Francis Court. I'm an avid tennis player, and I am in favor of the new tennis center being constructed in Millersville. I understand there are some contentious topics, and I'd like to address a few of them. The local neighbors are vocal about not having the tennis center in their neighborhood. I think if you asked most county residents if they would like more park and recreational facilities across the county, many would say yes. And then if you ask that same group of people, many would say not in my neighborhood. Many of the concerns by the neighbors have been addressed: the lighting, the traffic, the noise. It's a minimal facility. The amount of traffic that will be brought into the neighborhood will be very limited compared to any other sporting events. The lighting, the new technology for tennis lighting would prevent the spillover into the neighborhoods. And while I would like to think that the tennis that we play is exciting to watch, the number of spectators really will be limited, and the noise would be almost non-existent. I would like to point out some of the items that were mentioned in the article in the Capitol a few weeks ago about the financing. The $7+ million being put up by the county is being funded with bond funding, and the lease covers more than half of the repayment of the debt service to the county. So this is a good deal to the county. Would also like to point out that the county does have other partnerships across the county, 2 swim centers and an ice rink. So this is not a first-time project for the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Appel. Ms. Ponder?
My name is Ellen Ponder, 4158 Cadle Creek Road, Edgewater, Maryland. Good evening, County Council, tennis enthusiasts, neighbors, and all present. I've been playing tennis since I was a teenager. I'm currently teaching my grandkids, and I've been on many USTA teams. I'm a board member of the Tennis Alliance, and I'm the current Senior Olympics silver medalist, along with my husband, for the state of Maryland. I'm here to represent the tennis community, and let's start with the facts. This great project has been in the works for more than 8 years. Let's get it done. Anne Arundel County is extremely underserved in access to indoor tennis courts and programs. Neighboring counties have between 17 to 47 public indoor courts. We researched it and did a study on it. And multiple facilities. We have 0. We have to go out of county to play winter tennis. Tennis is a low-impact sport in terms of lighting, traffic, and noise compared with other supports. We want to lessen the impact on the neighbors. We have been told that the lease must be voted to move forward tonight, or the project might be stopped. We don't know if that's the case. So if it's not the case, we ask for 3 minor refinements to the lease. One, that there be a year-round facility consisting of 8 indoor and a minimum of 8 outdoor USTA regulation-sized tennis courts. Number 2, a tennis center that will be a tennis-only facility, or tennis will not be reduced or eliminated over time. Number 3, a minimum of 10% of the court usage to be dedicated to public outreach programs and affordable as such. Now, if today is the final time to vote, then we would vote yes to the lease for the Millersville Tennis Center, and almost every tennis person in this building and outside the building would vote yes as well. Coppermine is a good company, and the facility will be an asset to Anne Arundel County. Please do your fiduciary responsibility, and we will do it too, to ensure citizens of Anne Arundel County will benefit from tennis. Thank you.
All right, let's move to the gentleman over here on my right.
Hello, my name is Jack Soroka, and I live on Arundel Station Road in Millersville, and I oppose this bill. Most of the time when I tell someone that I live in Millersville, they say, "Oh, how far are you from the McDonald's? Oh, how far are you from Johnson's Lumber Company? How far are you from the police headquarters?" That is an area that's Millersville. It's highly commercial. The area that we're speaking of in Millersville is nothing but residential. There is not 1 square foot of commercial property on Millersville Road, on the entirety of it. I'm not against people playing tennis. I would ask people back here, how many are from Millersville and raise your hand if then you would, but you're not from Millers, would you want it in your backyard? Yes. Then get it in your backyard. Then get it in your backyard. Now, yeah, I have a neighbor who would literally be in their backyard, and believe me, it does not fit in this residential neighborhood. It is a commercial venture. If it weren't for the county, zoning would not approve it. Is that right? It is right. Zoning would not approve a commercial venture in a residential neighborhood. Ms. Picard, would you want it in your backyard?
Sir, we don't answer questions during your testimony.
Well, that was rhetorical. It would be interesting to see all of these communities that have these indoor facilities already, and to see if they are in residential areas or if they're in commercial areas or open space. I'm sure that they are not. All I'm saying is I would be happy for tennis players to be happy to be able to play tennis, but let's not put a commercial venture in a totally residential area. This bill should be defeated.
Thank you, Mr. Stroka. And ma'am?
Hi, I'm Sharon Wood, 705 Monmouth Avenue, Severna Park, apparently the most northern person that's spoken today. I wanted to come out with a little bit of positive. People have trashed Parks and Rec for the location of this facility. They worked day and night for several years to find a piece of property that was centrally located, yes, would disturb the least amount of area for the residents as a tennis facility versus lacrosse running in and out and in and out and in and out all day. So that's one thing. I can tell you that I'm very familiar, and I'm over on Millersville Road constantly. My 2 grandchildren went to Millersville Elementary. My son lives on Baldwin Drive. So I know the area, and I know how much traffic's there. The fact that there's no commercial there, wouldn't we all love to live where there's no commercial stuff? Try coming to Severna Park on a Friday night with the beach traffic. So yes, it happens, and that's the way life is when we move on. The second thing is, what was I going to say? I forget. The Tennis Alliance. That's another thing that people have been very negative, saying the Tennis Alliance does not support the project and whatever. We have never wavered from our mission that we want a tennis center in Anne Arundel County. What we are trying to do is keep to the original project that was approved for the max amount of courts we can get to support tennis in Anne Arundel County. Whether it's USTA, the kids, the community outreach, or whatever we've got going on, that this center needs to be this size, and we need it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wood. Is that Ms. Thomas over there?
Yes, it is.
Okay, you can go ahead.
Thank you. Louise Thomas at 1305 Anglesey Drive in Davidsonville. And I'm president of the Tennis Alliance of Anne Arundel County. The one thing that you've heard tonight is we need a tennis center. The tennis community is large and diverse, and the Tennis Alliance has been fighting for this, and it's a public purpose project, and we want to do it right. I want to remind the council here, I know that you've also heard the cries for and the need for more indoor recreational opportunities. Check. More year-round programming. Check. Programs for youth. Check. Seniors, check. Those with disabilities, check. The project is a good one. It's moved through the process. Addressing the process, thank you to Anne Arundel County for providing a process that has moved this project forward. Advocacy, studies, approvals have resulted in an approved site, funding, RFP issued, and qualified proposals. Now the process of lease review and lease approval is before you. What I learned yesterday is that County Executive Pittman's administration is stopping the process tonight. If the lease is sent back, no further action on the tennis center will be taken, and it will not move forward. I have two messages for County Executive Pittman. Please use your authority and take the actions available to you to do this project right. It's a 50-year investment, and it must be allowed to follow the process to the end. It doesn't stop tonight. Secondly, to Mr. Pittman, we applaud you for your service as a community organizer. You said, organize and I will listen. This project is the ultimate in community organizing. The tennis community has organized to provide a vision, raise funds, assist Rexon Park with design and construction, get the top national experts on this, and we've stood up meeting after meeting after meeting. Please don't abandon the project. It needs executive leadership to get it right.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Ms. Johnson?
Could I tell you to move the microphone?
Yes.
And you're the Tennis Alliance president, right? Yes. Okay. Julie Johnson, P.O. Box 6634, Annapolis, Maryland. I have mixed feelings about this. I share the concern of being in a residential community and having someone bring in a commercial entity. I think there's a really serious problem. So in my capacity as a person who comes in with odd ideas, why doesn't the zoning code require the builders and developers to provide sufficient recreational facilities in these developments? And I'm not talking about a little postage stamp, thing they call a park. People, want to play games, all different kinds of sports, and that should be provided, because I've told you about the profit margin, about the man in Harold Harbor who spent $300,000 and wound up building 5 homes, each of which was over $500,000 each. That was a significant profit margin, and he had a duty to provide reasonable recreational facilities. I do support the concept of the Tennis Alliance because they care about the people, and it's nonprofit. That is really, really important. And when this corporation or business is coming in as how many kids can earn enough money to pay $30 an hour, much less $48 an hour, for playing tennis? And I realize, I was talking to some parents whose kids participate in lacrosse and soccer and hockey. You're talking about $1,000 per camp or per semester or whatever. These are staggering amounts of money, but that doesn't include a significant fraction of the people in our county. We've got people who need to have affordable recreation. So I oppose this particular lease, and I support the testimony given.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. This panel is dismissed. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on Bill 7321? Come down now. Anyone else? 2 more spots remain. Okay. Madam Secretary, are you ready? Yes. All right, we'll start here on the right, please.
Hi, good evening. My name is Scott Blacketer. I'm at 1594 Millersville Road, right nearby the park. I want to stress something here, that this is not about tennis, okay? I don't think really anyone in opposition to this bill is against tennis or even a big tennis facility. This is about appropriate use of land, okay, and protecting our communities, the communities that we all invested our life savings into buying into. All right. So when this property was purchased by the county 23 years ago, I was concerned, and I called the then director of Recs and Parks, Frank Mazuka, and he indicated that there was no studies done. They didn't know what they were going to use the park for. It would be active recreation. There were no traffic studies done. It was just sort of a knee-jerk reaction of buying this piece of property because it was available, and no other commercial entities could touch it because of its zoning. No builder wanted to build on it because of it was too close to the highway. The neighborhood felt secure that our way of life was going to be protected because it was RLD and nobody can build there unless they want to build houses on 5 acres, which no one would oppose. That'd be lovely. So here we are years later, and we're still suffering from the mistake of purchasing that property in the first place. When the Tennis Alliance came up with this idea of building this big facility, this was the only property that the county owned. There was no, let's go look for an appropriate place. There were 2 pieces of property, one on General's Highway that was far too small, and this piece of property in the entire inventory. So this was not researched. This was not figured out of this is a good place for this park. This was we got pressure to build a big commercial park, and we got to shoehorn it in someplace, and that's where we are today.
Thank you, Mr. Leiker. And ma'am?
Hi, my name is Barbara Stack. I'm at 604 Topland Drive in Crownsville. A couple things, Mr. Volk. I guess you're not there anymore, but you asked for about other jurisdictions having this size facility. The answer to that is no. I know that personally. I worked in Columbia for 13 years at Columbia Association. They have now 10 indoor courts, but in 2 different facilities, and they have a larger contingency of tennis players than we do here. Number 2, you've heard people tonight and people last time talk about how they cannot play during the winter months. Absolutely right. I have played during the winter months outside. It's pretty darn cold. So why are you building 8 to 16 outdoor courts that you can't use 5 months of the year? I'd like to know that one. 3, the tennis facility, if you build it as big as it could be, or as proposed, would take about 4 acres. So what are you going to do with the other 28, 29 acres? Copper mine. So you're going to build multi-use sports facility there over time. That's what's really going on here. Okay, so I think that kind of thing in all the 5 meetings I've been to thus far has never been stated. Now I know it's multi-use sports fields. So that's why they want to be there. 4, I visited a couple parks last weekend. Kinder Park had some things going on. Great. Love to see kids out there playing. Went by Corridor Park, as I mentioned last time I was here. 0. It was a ghost town. It was me, myself, and I there. That was it. At 1 o'clock on a Sunday or Saturday afternoon. But I passed by the hospital, and they had makeshift soccer fields where they were playing. You have plenty of room there to do a tennis facility at that size. You get the wrong place, is what I'm saying. Thank you very much for all your efforts.
Thank you, Ms. Stack. Sir?
Hi, my name is Don Weller, and I live at 120 Linda Lane in Millersville. I support the many speakers who presented the problems with the lease and the tennis project. I won't repeat those problems, but please keep them in your mind as you vote. I thank the members who've decided to vote no. For the undecided members, I know this can be a hard choice. A no vote disappoints vocal tennis supporters, but a yes vote upsets people who are worried about the cost of the project and Millersville residents who care about traffic, noise, and other impacts on their quality of life. But your vote isn't about who it upsets. It's about doing what's fiscally responsible and what's fair and right. The lease is vague and weak. It asks you to place blind faith in future negotiations that will be very constrained by the for-profit model. It's not fiscally responsible. The location is wrong. Forcing a commercial-scale facility into a residential area on a rural road is not smart growth, it's dumb. The county can only do this by ignoring its own rules, the ones that regulate private developers. That's hypocritical. And it wrongly denies citizens the protection that zoning and adequate facility rules are supposed to provide. If you accept this treatment of the Millersville community, you greenlight future county abuses in every one of your districts. Rejecting this bill will delay gratification for tennis supporters, but enduring a delay is better than making a 25 to 50-year commitment to a bad lease. And the frustration of a delay will be brief compared to the permanent negative effects this commercial facility will have on nearby communities. Please vote against this lease because it's the fiscally responsible and the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weller. Ma'am?
Hi, Gretchen Bandy, 1594 Millersville Road, Millersville. I wasn't planning to speak tonight, but I felt like a couple of things needed to be addressed. I'd like you to acknowledge that most of the people here in support do not live in Millersville. In fact, did anybody from Millersville come here in support? If they want it and they live in Edgewater, put it in Edgewater. If they want it and they live in Davidsonville, put it in Davidsville. Infill some of the existing spaces as discussed 2 moments ago. Infill the existing commercial spaces. Another thing I wanted to readdress is a couple of weeks ago we asked you how many of you have visited the site. I think 3 of you raised your hands. Has anybody been by since? Raise your hands if you've ever been by the site. Okay, so most of you have been there. Thank you. Have you noticed that it's directly next to I-97 and the noise pollution that's going to be happening? Can you imagine playing tennis right next to a highway or any kind of team sport? It's not the appropriate spot. It's going to be too loud, it's going to fail, and then we're going to end up with an empty box facility right behind our house. I think we are not opposed to tennis. I support the Tennis Alliance. I've learned so much about what they've been doing for youths and underprivileged people since this started, and I am really admiring them in a way that I never expected to. It's applaudable. But we've got to find a different location, please. And we will work with you to put an appropriate park behind us. This is just not the right thing to do. So please work with us to do something different and help the Tennis Alliance find a better place. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You all are dismissed, and the public hearing on Bill number 7321 as amended is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill number 7321 as amended.
Bill number 7321, an ordinance concerning approval of lease agreement for Coppermine Tennis Facility.
Thank you, and as our panel comes back, we'll have further discussion from the council, but I suppose, Mr. Barron, you might like an opportunity to respond to some of the comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pete Barron. I think the administration has laid out a number of points. I'm going to ask Mr. Trumbauer or Ms. Lays if there's anything they want to directly respond to. Otherwise, we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Ms. Hare.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jessica Hare, District 7. A couple of folks spoke about how if the vote is nay tonight, that's it. There's no more tennis center at all. And I want to ask, I suppose, it is possible to rework the lease, put out a new RFP, and continue on with a lease that fixes some of the issues that people have addressed. So if my understanding is correct, why is it that there would be no more tennis center?
Ask Mr. Heim to give you the details of how the procurement process works.
Hi, yes, Andrew Heim, purchasing agent for Anne Arundel County. I think that comment really draws to the fact that the competitive RFP was conducted. There was competitive proposals received to that, and we have limited capabilities to be able to be still fair and equitable to the companies that responded to it without modifying it in substantial nature. So there's about 3 criteria that I could give you in more detail later on of what our purchasing standard RFP templates and the policies and procedures outline is basically what the minimal criteria of what we could do to do any modifications.
I'm sorry, I think maybe I asked a bad question. Can I rephrase it? So I'm suggesting a whole new RFP. Fix the lease, issue a new RFP. That's always a possibility, right?
So it would be possible to be able to release a new solicitation for a different requirement, but that is not the decision of the purchasing department. It is the decision of the agencies if they want to proceed with that. So I'll defer.
So my question then is, why is it the county executive? Is it the Department of Rec and Parks? Who's saying we just wouldn't go forward, and why?
Chris Trumbauer with the administration, and Director Lays can certainly chime in after me. But I think, as you heard testimony earlier from this panel, this is the culmination of a process that began back in, I think it was 2015 or 2016. And so what the council has before it right now is a chance to decide to accept or reject this lease, which again is the culmination of that process. If the council decides to reject this lease, the administration essentially goes back to the drawing board, and that will be a decision that will be made in conjunction with the Department of Rec and Parks. What do we do next? I don't know honestly, if we would put out another RFP. I don't know if we did, if we'd get any solicitations for it after 2 entities did apply to this, and then the process was unsuccessful. But that is the decision that we would need to make in conjunction with the department. I know that there are other potential uses that could happen if a tennis lease is rejected. But I've said enough on that. If Director Lays wants to add anything from the department's perspective, she's more than welcome to.
I agree with Chris, Jessica Lays, Rec and Parks. I agree with Chris to the extent that there's a policy decision to be made if this bill gets defeated. Obviously, the process has worked for the need of tennis, the advocacy, the public input, the budget process. This council approved a project that was for an indoor-outdoor facility at the Millersville location. If the issue is just the language in the lease, I believe that the department would prefer to work with the language we have in the lease and the oversight that we built into the RFP rather than go back out to a procurement process for multiple reasons. It's time consuming. Our prospect partners have spent money on plans and design and times to make a bid, and to start over with the RFP process may not have the same outcome and may put us in a position where we can't move forward if we don't find a good partner, or the policy decision could be made that we no longer put tennis at that facility and we look at that facility for other recreational usages. Remember when we purchased the property with POS acquisition, it was for active recreation. So even if we went back to the drawing board on the lease or on the project with a defeat on this bill, there's no guarantees that there will be a future tennis facility in the capital budget, or that this property wouldn't be turned into other active recreation as we applied for.
Ms. Fiedler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amanda Fiedler, District 5. I'd like to acknowledge and thank the department for rolling with the punches. I mean, we're talking many years of previous council. I know our first budget that we did as the sitting body was the first time that we really got into the nuts and bolts. Knowing what the initial idea was with the Tennis Alliance and the nonprofit partnership, knowing that there was a vision of access to play tennis for all residents, no matter financial background, experience, what have you. And hearing tonight from the Coppermine folks that came out to testify that they do have a partnership in, it sounded like 2 counties. Why weren't there more details in the lease as far as memberships and days for free play or free time? And if you could not, for whatever reason, give specifics, we know what the public price range is. Coppermine obviously knows what they're doing. Why wasn't some cap put in, some floor and a cap to give us some security that we know as a council voting on this bill for this lease, some idea of what we're moving forward with? That's where I'm stuck, and I don't know that I'm going to get there tonight.
So the RFP that we drafted has explicit language in it about providing number of days for free programming, providing public pricing. We put language in that RFP to assure that it would be a public purpose facility. The details of what that pricing is, what the rates will be, what the hours of operation will be, the operational plan is subject to annual review by the Department of Recreation and Parks. We will have oversight of this facility just like we do in our golf courses, just like we do with other facilities that are manned by private companies or partnerships. The difference in this was particularly the build of the indoor facility. So unlike our other partnerships where all we have is a memorandum of understanding that outlines all the details of how they're going to operate, here we RFP'd for a design, build, and operate. So the lease is specifically for the lease of the building, and the operating plan will come after we construct the building and we determine what the operational hours are, the rates are, and we'll review those every year. So it's not really appropriate to put that detail into the lease because it could change through time, and it's a 25-year lease, so those things are likely to change, and they're part of the operational plan that the department will work with the partner every year through budgets and through proposals to approve. It's not explicitly put in the lease on purpose so that we have that flexibility to work through the duration of the lease and change that operational plan as needed.
Mr. Volke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volke, District 3. Ms. Lays, you indicated that the money from Project Open Space requires that it be spent on active recreation for this site because that was the money that was used. When we use that term of active recreation, is there a minimum number of tennis courts that we have to put onto this property to qualify as active recreation?
I'm going to turn it over to Erica Matthews, who's the Chief of Construction and Planning and the expert on POS money.
Good afternoon. I'm Erica Matthews with the Department of Recreation and Parks. The question is kind of convoluted but straightforward. While there is no minimum requirement for how much activity has to happen, there is a requirement that there has to be some sort of recreational activity. A site this large, which is 33 acres, would never be bought for just a small community park with a few playgrounds and a tennis court. It's just not the best use of the land. It's not the best value for what we've spent for the land. So it's in our interest to fully utilize the space that we have.
Ms. Hare?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jessica Hare, District 7. I'd like to ask a process question, and I think this is for procurement. In an instance like this, where it's a public-private partnership and there are so many moving parts, was there ever any consideration to bringing a draft lease to the council before the RFP went out, we could have taken a look at it then, because now we're being told, we can't modify it because that would affect the terms of the procurement and that would be improper. So we're here for an up or down vote only, and I feel a little bit like our hands are tied, trying to want to work with something that we're told we can't change. But if the lease had been brought to us in advance of the RFP going out, we might have been able to have some meaningful conversations and make some revisions to the draft lease up front, then put out the RFP, and we'd avoid this whole issue. Is that something that was ever considered? Can we consider it in the future? Any thoughts on that?
Andrew Heim, purchasing agent. That is, it's a good question, but here's, let me put it in this context. In our typical RFP procurement, public procurement process, we do work with the agencies and then the, up the chain of command through the executive branch to be able to make sure that we are reviewing all different aspects of this. In this context of a, public-private partnership, in the scale and size of this was the first time that we've gone through a competitive RFP that results in this type of an award, and we did substantial research on that in advance. We also kept the solicitation as open and as flexible as we could be to try and ensure that we got the most amount of competition out of the process. And we say that because when we, everything from the way that we asked for samples of other leases as part of the RFP process, that those respondents would consider, and then we ultimately, as part of the competitive procurement process, issued a version of our own lease that we wanted to be able to utilize to maximize that. We tried to solicit as much input on how to structure that lease as we could from the general public and make sure that we were getting the maximum amount of capabilities out of the lease that we could. Again, because of similar circumstances where we brought leases in front of county council for, like I would say, the Glen Burnie Solar land lease facility operation, that was approved, and so I think from that context, it was found to be acceptable to kind of go down this road.
Mr. Volke?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volke, District 3. I think this question probably, again, is for either Ms. Lays or Ms. Matthews. So looking at what the facilities that exist in Prince George's County, I note that it looks like the Koska tennis bubble is just 4 indoor courts, and the Fairland tennis bubble is 6 indoor courts. It's the Watkins bubble that has the 5 indoor and the 4 outdoor, which has 9 total. So again, we'd be 16, which is the largest in the area. I think that was even reiterated by some of the folks from Coppermine and Bowie Sport Fit, who indicated that even in other places they're not quite this big. So I understand the idea of wanting this many courts when we were originally looking at this as a tournament venue, because that was originally how this was designed. If the scope is now changed, as the administration says, to be a community-focused venue, and there is no minimum on how many courts that we have, why hasn't there been any consideration to simply saying we're going to build 4 courts, we're going to put a bubble over top of them, we're going to have 4 indoor courts, and we're going to be 4 courts ahead of where we were, and do that and go back to the community with that at a much smaller scale, much smaller scope, without an operator on it, and just the county does it? I would have to think that our cost on that is probably not much more than the $8 million that we're spending for site development and 8 outdoor courts that we're already doing if we scaled it back like that. So I'm just curious why, if that's been considered, and then the second piece of that is, if this lease fails, is that something that the county would consider going back and looking at again to try to say much smaller scope, not a tournament venue, simply a community-focused indoor sports facility with a few courts?
Erica Matthews, Recreation and Parks. The RFP was issued based on the approved budget. So everything that we've done to this point has been consistent with what we've presented with all of our capital requests. This is not a change, and unfortunately I can't go into where other ideas thought about or discussed, because again, my focus tonight was on the lease, so I didn't consider other pieces of the project itself, because we already have that funding secured.
Ms. Lays, are you going to, I can't see if you were going to speak. Okay. Ms. Hare?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jessica Hare, District 7. Mr. Trumbauer, I think this question is for you then. Just going back to our previous conversation, has the administration ruled out the possibility of revisiting a tennis center? Or is that on the table?
Chris Trumbauer with the administration. I mean, we haven't made any definitive ruling in or ruling out. But I mean, as I said before, this is the plan that's before you. This is the plan that's a long time in the making. This is the plan that has essentially been in the budget for many years. If this plan is defeated, then we will literally have to go back to the drawing board. And so what we will do would be to work with the agency, with Department of Recreation and Parks, and decide what comes next. Do we want to look at, okay, well, that didn't work, so should we start over on a tennis center again? Or do we want to say, okay, we brought this plan forward, the council rejected it, so we'll go in a different direction. I mean, we don't have a contingency plan because we want you to pass this. If you choose not to, that will open up a new phase of this discussion, not only for a tennis center, but also for the Millersville Park property that it's slated for as well. And I'll again offer the department to come in on my heels and say anything that I missed.
So the only thing I would add to this is obviously the Department of Recreation and Parks is constantly building out our next 5-year plan through the budget process. And we do that based on the LPPIP, what are the needs of the county? Things like tennis courts, fields. We take the public input and then we build it into our plan. So if this bill was defeated and we didn't move forward with the tennis facility, the need doesn't go away. There's still a large need for tennis in the county. So we would still pursue other options, whether it's a smaller facility, whether it's another location. I think that would be reasonable to assume that we wouldn't just forget tennis altogether. However, I would caution the council that you're not just defeating the tennis center, you are defeating the process. And the fact that it's taken 8 years to get to this table, that it went through a public input process, stakeholder meetings, town hall meetings, budget meetings, got into the capital budget, was approved by both the county administration and the county council, all the way to an RFP, and then to stop the process is really going to deter a future project from moving in that same path, specifically a P3. If you're a vendor that has gone through an RFP process and you've been awarded a bid, and we have a provision in our code that says it needs to go to the county council for approval, and then the county council defeats it and the project just fizzles away, I can't imagine that vendor or any future vendors are going to feel very favorable about bidding on our future tennis center. So I think it does a lot more damage than just the Millersville location and the capital project that was approved. I think that you're also defeating the process as well.
Thank you.
Ms. Rodvian?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lisa Rodvian, District 6. I think this is probably a question for Ms. Lays. One of the things that has come up a lot in messages that I've received from constituents about this, particularly the adjacent neighborhood, is with respect to allowable activities. So I think I've heard, that I don't know where this impression comes from, so I just want to clarify. Are activities like weddings, fundraisers, tournaments, and things like that, are they allowed under the current iteration?
So the IFP specifically listed authorized usages, and then anything that is above and beyond those authorized usages has a process that we layered, both a community input process as well as the approval by the Director of Recreation and Parks. So items like weddings are not specifically listed under authorized uses, but there was a section of the RFP that asked the bidders, do you have alternative recreation and non-recreational usages for the facilities? And all the bidders had other ideas, things that they would like to do on the property or that may come up in the future. And that's why that process is embedded in the RFP to say, if they were to bring to us a wedding and they wanted to have a wedding, they would have to have a public meeting, have public input, and then approval by the Director of Recreation and Parks for that other authorized use or the use that was not listed, an alternative use. With the exception of concerts, we specifically wrote in the RFP that concerts are not allowable, so they cannot go through the exception process for a concert.
Okay, I see my two colleagues have further questions.
Might I ask a follow-up, just a brief follow-up?
Yes, I just want to point out to everybody that we've been on this bill for about 2 hours, and we do have quite a lot more on our agenda, so I'm hoping we can proceed to calling the roll here soon. Just wrap up our questions. Ms. Radvian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what are the listed active or allowable uses?
Erica Matthews, Recreation and Parks, based on page 21 of the RFP, and I'm just reading this verbatim. Usage of the facility for concerts is not approved nor subject to exception to the approved use. Usage of the facility for political fundraisers is not permitted. The following are approved usages: meetings, assembly or convention use, community use, neighborhood events, corporate meeting, cultural events, office space, trade shows, fairs, educational use, catered events, banquets, exhibitions, indoor tennis, sports events, sports practice and training, sporting exhibitions, exercise, and fitness.
Thank you.
Mr. Volkey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volkey, District 3. Ms. Lays, that exception that you were mentioning, is that a one-time or is that an each time that they have to go through that process? So do they go through one time, and if they get approval to do that, now they can do it on an ongoing basis, or is it each instance they have to come back and ask each time?
So I believe it says any proposed use outside the presented approved usages. So every time that they would want to use the facility for a purpose outside, they would have to go through the process. And they need to put in that proposal to us in written form. So very similar to the use of our other community parks and regional parks. If they're looking to do something that's outside the policy, they have to write us a letter or a proposal, and then we review it.
Erica Matthews, I also want to add that part of that condition is it also says that any proposed use outside of this presently approved in this contract that will impact the community may need to be presented to the public for review. So there is a provision in here where they have to go to the public, present their alternative idea, and provide us back the feedback as part of the decision-making process. So it's not that this is done in a bubble where only Rec and Parks is aware of all these alternatives that could possibly be coming to the building, and we just dump it onto the community. There is guidance for that part as well.
Ms. Hare.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jessica Hare, District 7. So just continuing on with this. So in the lease where it says, you know, it's going to be used for tennis in accordance with Exhibit A and B, and then Exhibit B is the proposal, and there's a list of things like health club and pickleball and things, and that seems to jive with what you just read in terms of the allowable uses of sporting facilities, et cetera. So it could be much bigger than tennis.
For the building specific, it refers to indoor tennis. So it doesn't have any other guidelines for the indoor use. And right now, the focus of the building is for this to be an indoor tennis facility and the campus around it to support the use as a tennis facility.
For the indoor building. Okay.
Last call for questions from my colleagues. Ms. Fiedler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amanda Fiedler, District 5. I'm going to piggyback on that question. So if the indoor facility is just for tennis, where are things like the meetings and all of those other activities that you listed, where would those then be taking place?
Erica Matthews, Department of Recreation and Parks. The list of approved uses sort of combine ideas of what could possibly happen there. So if we were to have, say, a summer camp, we may need to have catering to go along with that. If we were having a day of outreach, we may have a banquet to celebrate an achievement or an end of a program there. So all the uses sort of go together. Each bidder was afforded the opportunity to submit a floor plan that provided complementary uses that included the use of these spaces. So there are, in the floor plans that were submitted by both bidders, options for fitness areas, community rooms, and seating and concession stands as well. So it would all be within the building.
Just to add on to Erica's comment, and I think to help answer Ms. Hare's question about converting the space to another activity, when we defined the minimal requirements for the building, the construction part of this partnership, we specifically said 8 indoor courts. Some consideration should be given for pickleball conversions, exhibit, or competition courts. So when we defined that area, we were very specific on what we were looking for the indoor area to avoid the being a multi-use court that you could just pull everything up and do something else there. That wasn't the intent of this RFP. It was very defined purposely around court games, pickleball, and tennis. And then, like Erica said, in that we also had concession areas and fitness areas and flexible space that when they bid on this RFP, we wanted to see how they were going to use the space, but we gave them very specific minimals that they had to have in the space. And that's kind of what drove the operating side to what's allowable there to fit in the space that they would be building.
Madam Secretary, please call the roll on Bill number 7321 as amended.
Mr. Volke.
Nay.
Mr. Pruski.
No.
Ms. Fiedler.
Nay.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Hare.
Nay.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Ms. Lacey.
Aye.
3 in the affirmative, 4 in the negative. Bill number 7321 has been defeated.
Sir, Madam Secretary. Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill number 7721.
Bill number 7721, an ordinance concerning transfer of control of cable franchisee Arundel Broadband LLC.
Mr. Barron?
Good evening again, Madam Chair, members of the council. Pete Barron with the administration. Joining me from the Office of Information Technology is Ms. Lee Fields. Gary Houston, who has...
Sir, I need you to be quiet, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Gary Houston wanted to be here but is out on leave today. And from Office of Law, Jason Fetterman is joining us. We discussed Bill 7721 at the work session. To refresh the council's memory, Bill 7721 approves the transfer of control of Arundel Broadband LLC, the county's cable franchisee, from Wide Open West Mid-Michigan Holdings LLC to Star Power Communications LLC. Per the cable franchise agreement, such a transfer is subject to the approval of the county council via ordinance. Representatives from Office of Information Technology and our Office of Law are here to answer any questions you may have. With that, hope you'll pass the bill tonight.
Are there any questions from the council? Okay, we will now open the public hearing on Bill number 7721. Madam Secretary, do we have any testimony received from members of the public?
Yes, Madam Chair, we did receive one online submission in support of Bill 7721, shared with the entire council, has been added to the record as well.
All right. We do not have anyone signed up in advance to speak, but if you wish to speak, come on down, Ms. Johnson. And anyone else who wishes to speak on Bill number 7721, please come forward now.
Hi, Julie Johnson, P.O. Box 6634, Annapolis, Maryland. I have failed on my homework, except I just wanted to remind you that the last time that the council was doing something about, this business with, cable joining and stuff, they violated, they granted the request. They passed the bill, but I told them, you're violating the 1996 Telecommunications Act because you can't reduce the competition, and the services. So just make sure you're not reducing the competition and the services, and make sure that they include C-SPAN. Thank you. All the kinds of C-SPAN.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. The public hearing on Bill number 7721 is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill number 7721.
Bill number 7721, an ordinance concerning transfer of control of cable franchisee Arundel Broadband LLC.
Any further discussion? Mr. Volke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Fetterman, are we violating the 1996 Telecommunications Act?
You are not.
Anyone else? Madam Secretary, please call the roll on Bill number 7721.
Mr. Volke.
Aye.
Mr. Pruski.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler. Aye. Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Hare.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Ms. Lacey.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Bill number 7721 is passed.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill number 7821.
Bill number 7821, an ordinance concerning purchasing, acquisition of real property by gift.
Mr. Barron.
Pete Barron with the administration. Sticking with me from Rec and Parks is Miss Erica Matthews, and from Law, Miss Christine Niederer. Bill 7821 approves the county's acquisition by gift of 2 adjacent parcels totaling 6.18 acres in Crownsville. The owners of the parcel wrote to the county this June expressing interest in gifting the properties to the county. This property can be incorporated into the adjacent Bacon Ridge natural area. We hope the county will accept this gift.
Is there a Trojan horse within the gift, Mr. Barron?
You will see in the auditor's blue letter and the fiscal note, Madam Chair, I know that was a joke, but there is an environmental review that was done. The property is in good shape and will make a nice addition to county assets.
Good to hear. Any questions from my colleagues? Seeing none at this time, we will now open the public hearing on Bill number 7821. Madam Secretary, do we have any testimony received from members of the public?
We did not receive any submissions, Madam Chair.
All right, we do not have anyone signed up, but if you are here and you wish to speak on Bill 7821, please come forward now. Take your time, Ms. Johnson.
Julie Johnson, P.O. Box 6634, Annapolis, Maryland. I am concerned, it's wonderful that there are people who are willing to donate land and to donate it to protect the environment, and protect, the needs of, so many species that are losing their habitat. But I would hope that someone thought about the importance and urgency of including a clause or phrase or paragraph that says this is to be protected. Because there was another instance where there was a horse farm, and somehow or other the language did not protect it from being, sliced up, and some of the property going to sports. I don't remember whether it was lacrosse or soccer or what, but it significantly reduced the amount of equestrian space, which was absolutely contrary to the videotaped donation ceremony, and the signing of the papers. So I hope that you'll consider what you can, what's possible for you to do to add that particular provision, perhaps some sort of an amendment or a supplement. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. The public hearing on Bill number 7821 is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill number 7821.
Bill number 7821, an ordinance concerning purchasing, acquisition of real property by gift.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on Bill number 7821.
Mr. Volke.
Aye.
Mr. Pruski.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Hare.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Ms. Lacey.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Bill number 7821 is passed.
Thank you all. Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill number 7921.
Bill number 7921, an ordinance concerning pensions, deferred retirement option program, term of participation period.
Mr. Barron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Joining me from Personnel is our Director, Ms. Podolsky, and from Law, Ms. Lori Blair-Klausmeyer. I'm going to try and get this one right. We discussed this at the work session. Bill 7921 amends the county code to exempt battalion chiefs from the requirement of approval by the appointing authority for participation in the deferred retirement option program, also known as the drop for a 6-year. This change is consistent with the FY22 Fire Battalion Chief Memorandum of Agreement with the county. The Pension Oversight Commission has reviewed the legislation and supports its passage. The team here is able to answer any questions you may have. We ask that you pass this bill tonight.
Are there any questions from the council? We will now open the public hearing on Bill number 7921. Madam Secretary, do we have any testimony received from members of the public?
No, Madam Chair, we did not receive any submissions of testimony.
All right, and if anyone wishes to speak on this bill, I have no one who signed up in advance, but if you wish to speak, come down now. Seeing no movement in the audience, the public hearing on Bill number 7921 is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill number 7921.
Bill number 7921, an ordinance concerning pensions, deferred retirement option program, term of participation period.
Any further discussion? Madam Secretary, please call the roll on Bill number 7921.
Mr. Volke.
Aye.
Mr. Pruski.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Hare.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Ms. Lacey.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Bill number 7921 is passed.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill number 8021.
Bill number 8021, an ordinance concerning floodplain management, erosion and sediment control, and stormwater management, violation, enforcement, and penalties, civil fines, clearing trees of significant size.
Ms. Pickard, you're the lead sponsor on the bill. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bill 8021, this bill came about by working with my colleague, Councilwoman Rodvian, and the administration. This bill allows an increase in fines when there is a grading violation, which also includes the removal of trees of significant size or specimen trees. The intent is to allow up to the state maximum fine of $10,000. There are factors of consideration built into the determination of the fine. If you're in violation of disturbing land over 5,000 square feet without a permit, it becomes a Class A civil offense. Currently, only Class A offense if you're within the critical area. Now it will be all areas. This bill also makes those consideration factors applicable to all Class A civil offenses. It is not a per-tree violation. It is one fine for the area in question. I believe my colleague has proposed an amendment regarding hazardous trees. The Office of Law has stated that this amendment is not necessary. Removal of hazardous trees is already protected in current code. However, this is additive, clarifying language, which I have no opposition to.
Mr. Barron.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the council. Pete Barron with the administration. Joining me to answer all the tough questions is our Environmental Policy Director, Matt Johnston, from IMP, Mr. Badami, and from Law, Ms. Kelly Kenny. The administration supports the bill. I want to thank the sponsors for working with us. It's amazing how tricky it is to get this language correct, and a lot of time and hours went in, and we appreciate everybody's hard work. This bill, we believe, will help mitigate some issues that have happened in the past and make sure that we are protecting our natural environment and doing so responsibly while protecting people's rights to use their property. So with that, the administration supports, and we're here to answer any questions.
Are there any questions from the council at this time? Ms. Hare.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jessica Hare, District 7. I think I know the answer to this, but I want to just make sure. In terms of saying here that it's a civil offense to clear the trees, I mean, people maintain their trees all the time in terms of tree trimming and things like that. I assume that that is not something that's covered under here legally.
Cali County Supervising County Attorney, that would be correct. It would be the removal of trees.
So the actual removal, stump and all of that whole thing?
Right.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right, we will now open the public hearing on Bill number 8021. Madam Secretary, do we have any testimony received from members of the public?
Yes, Madam Chair, we did receive 2 submissions of testimony through the online testimony tool. It went to the entire council. It has been added to the record, included in the summary posted online as well.
Thank you. We do have one person who signed up in advance to speak, Daniel Hebb. Daniel Hebb? Well, not seeing him, but anybody else who would wish to speak on this bill can come forward at this time. Ms. Johnson.
Julie Johnson, P.O. Box 6634, Annapolis, Maryland. I want to thank you, Councilwoman Pickard, and all the other people who are really concerned about preserving our trees. Remember that one mature tree, the biologist calls it fixes. That means it takes the carbon dioxide out of the air and prevents the greenhouse gases issue and problem of rapid climate change. However, I wish that there had been something like this that would address the problem of BGE's people coming onto my property in 2017. My neighbors wanted them to take down some of my trees. I know that. Can I prove it? I'm not sure. But they took down a number of trees. 40-year-old black walnuts were taken, 2 of them were taken all the way down to the ground. 2 80-year-old trees were basically cut in half crossways. Other trees were cut in half along the side. Some of them were, they call it lion tailing, which means you take off the branches along the trunk until you get up near the top, and then you leave this little puff of branches. Some of these practices are the things that cause the trees to die in 2 to 5 years. And guess who comes back to remove those trees? There is a serious problem in this area that when you call DNR to report this misconduct by the tree services, BGE teamed up with their corporate people, they won't do anything. I've talked to a lot of people over the past 5 years who are in my similar situation, and it's a civil matter. So thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
But expand it if you please, if you could.
Thank you. And did Daniel Hebb enter the room? Okay, apparently not. The public hearing on Bill number 8021 is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill number 8021.
Bill number 8021, an ordinance concerning floodplain management, erosion and sediment control, and stormwater management, violation, enforcement, and penalties, civil fines, clearing trees of significant size.
We do have an amendment. Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 1.
Amendment number 1. This amendment amends the Article 17 definition of clearing and adds a definition of hazardous tree.
Ms. Fiedler, this is your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amanda Fiedler, District 5. This amendment, it really speaks for itself and came out of concern from homeowners and folks in the industry. And again, it not necessarily necessary, but clears up the clearing confusion.
Is there a motion to adopt?
So moved.
Who?
Sorry, Hare, District 7.
Thank you. Thank you. And a second?
Second.
Guess we know who that was. Mr. Volke.
It's me.
All right. Is there any discussion? Mr. Barron?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pete Barron with the administration. We will co-sign Ms. Pickard's comments to this, agree, not necessary, but if it provides clarity, we have no objection.
Anyone else? Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 1.
Mr. Volke.
Aye.
Mr. Pruski.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Hare.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Ms. Lacey.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Amendment number 1 has been adopted.
Thank you. Bill number 8021 as amended will be heard on November 1st, 2021. Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill number 8121.
Bill number 8121, an ordinance concerning general provisions, prohibition against use of county funds or resources to promote or require discrimination.
Mr. Volke, this is your bill. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nathan Volke, District 3. All people are created equal. That sentiment lies at the heart of this American experiment and fundamentally shapes each of us who call ourselves Americans. But in common usage, there's a significant conflation over the terms of equality and equity. Equality equals the same treatment. Equity equals fair treatment. We've always striven to be a country that values equality. Equal, aka the same protection under the law, is our guiding legal maxim. Our oaths that we swore to the U.S. Constitution and the Maryland Constitution in taking office said that we would uphold those laws, that we would strive for equal protection. And as we work to perfect our union to be more equal, we oppose discrimination. Discrimination is treating people differently. We swore oaths to oppose that. We treat people equally regardless of things they cannot control, such as their race, their sex, their ethnicity, their religion, their color, their national origin. This bill simply says you cannot spend county funds to say anyone is better or worse than another person, should be treated badly, or should be held responsible for actions of others who are similar to them in race, sex, ethnicity, religion, color, national origin. However, the opponents of this bill have made it clear that they want the freedom to discriminate. As a group known as the Wise Women of Maryland posted online about this bill, which they referred to as a racist bill, they said, quote, "Simply put, discrimination is unfairly treating people differently. Sometimes different treatment is fair. It's always fair to give people what they need." That's what the opponents of this bill want to see. And to that point, I would ask this: who decides what's fair? Where is that specified? Who can change what fair means? That answer is simple: whoever's in control. Because that's what the opponents of this bill oppose. They oppose you being in control, because that's allowing you to say that you don't want your tax money spent on discriminatory activities. They oppose you being allowed to say that you want people to be treated equally. Equal treatment is fair treatment, but they want the ability to determine what that means. And they'll paint anybody who stands against that in a light that's worst that you can say about anybody these days. That's why, to defeat this innocuous bill that calls for non-discrimination, the county executive labeled this bill white supremacist legislation. It's a direct quote that's recorded. You can see it online. To defeat this bill, that's why others have called it a racist bill. Those are tactics of people fearful that their efforts to actually discriminate using county funds are being uncovered. Those are people fearful of losing control. And their assumption is that most people, when confronted with those frankly slanderous terms, will simply hide. They'll give up. They will, as so many have suggested, just get out of the way and move aside. Or as these opponents of non-discrimination will say, they will push you out of the way in an effort to, quote, do better. However, I believe the majority of us in Anne Arundel County still want to live in a place where discrimination is wrong, in a place where equality is our guiding principle, in a place where equal justice under the law remains our highest ideal, and we judge people for the content of their character and not the color of their skin or other characteristics they cannot control. For these reasons, I've put this bill in. For these reasons, I'll move forward with it. And for these reasons, I ask for your support.
Mr. Barron?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pete Barron with the administration. Joining me at the table is Pete Hill, the Better Pete, our Director of Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion, Ms. Asha Smith, our Equal Opportunity and Human Relations Officer, and from our Office of Law, Ms. Lori Blair Klausmeyer. We asked the body to reject this bill tonight. The county executive, this administration, this council have made fighting all forms of discrimination a top priority. We're disappointed to see Councilman Volke attempt to politicize the progress we are making and still have to make by bringing forward 8121. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Hill and Ms. Smith to discuss in more detail their concerns with this bill.
Good afternoon. Pete Hill, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Director for Anne Arundel County. I would like to say that I've not called this bill racist. I've not referred to it as white supremacist. But I will call it unnecessary. So good evening, Madam Chair and council members. I'm here this evening to discuss the harm I believe that proposed Bill 8121 will cause to the newly established Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Office. As the director of the EDI office, I'm trained to use a historical lens to understand how policymakers in the last century used the color of law to craft legislation at all levels of government that benefited some residents while harming others. It is vitally important that I be permitted to use historical data to demonstrate to current policymakers the dangers of writing laws that are neutral on their face but are discriminatory when placed in practice. In my role as the Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Director for Anne Arundel County, my primary charge is to conduct a risk management assessment using the equity lens, which is a form of critical thinking. The equity lens compels policymakers to ask this question: if the proposed bill becomes law, who will benefit from it and who will be burdened by it? When we apply the who will it benefit and who will it burden question to proposed Bill 8121, this is what I discovered. I discovered that if I taught a class on the historical use of laws such as redlining, which was a practice of local, state, and federal government policymakers that mandated segregation of people of color from the white community, if I taught that inconvenient truth in one of my classes, proposed Bill 8121 can be interpreted to say that anyone attending my class could accuse me of discriminating against them because they feel I'm suggesting they are responsible for the actions committed by other members of the same race they belong to. Consider this example. If I taught a class on sexual harassment and presented statistical evidence that proves that male supervisors are more likely to commit acts of sexual harassment than are their female counterparts, do you realize that proposed Bill 8121 can be interpreted to say that the male supervisors attending my class could accuse me of discriminating against them simply because I stated a fact about male supervisors? In other words, because sex is a protected class in Bill 8121, the male supervisors attending my class could file a discrimination complaint because they believe I am blaming them for the actions of the male supervisors whom I cited in that study. Lastly, I would note that this bill as currently written has the potential to keep professionals like me from training the workforce and the community on subjects such as racism and sexism. This is true because of the fear of what the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission calls the chilling effect. What does that mean? It means in this case, a bill is written in such a vague fashion that by its very design, it deters professional trainers from doing their jobs because of the fear of being falsely accused of discrimination. Now, in fairness, this bill does benefit some people. It benefits those who do not believe that critical thinking using historical examples is a relevant and worthwhile endeavor. This bill benefits the people who do not want to acknowledge that past behavior has current consequences. This bill benefits the people who do not believe we can learn valuable lessons from studying how race has played a pivotal role in how institutions have historically implemented policies in minority communities. This bill is written in such a manner that its primary goal is crystal clear. That goal is to shut down intellectual debate by withholding funding from the programs and trainers who are charged with raising awareness among policymakers. Madam Chair, the proposed bill, while cloaked in the language used in federal anti-discrimination laws, is in actuality an illy concealed attempt at stifling my ability to teach policymakers how to use critical thinking skills to determine the benefits and the burdens of proposed policy. I urge the Council to reject this bill because the risk outweighs any potential benefit. And I thank the Council for listening.
I don't want to have to gavel anybody, but I'm sorry, we're not supposed to have applause. It's part of our rules. You can shake your hands in a silent way, but please don't clap. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Miss. I was just calling on you.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the Council. I am Asha Smith, the Equal Opportunity and Human Relations Officer for Anne Arundel County. I appreciate the opportunity to respond to Mr. Volke's proposed bill. The proposed bill seeks to prohibit county funding of discrimination, which seems a benign enough proposition. However, to understand the effect of the bill, it is critical to understand how the bill defines discrimination. In its initial rendering, the author sought to define discrimination as a series of beliefs rather than acts. This is outside of the framework in which anti-discrimination laws have developed and been interpreted for the last 50 years or so. Under our foundational anti-discrimination laws, like the Civil Rights Act of 1964, or the Americans with Disabilities Act, or the Equal Pay Act, we focus on actions that create adverse outcomes, not beliefs. Mr. Volke has since amended the bill. He no longer seeks to define discrimination as a series of beliefs. The language now defines discrimination as acts or conduct that express certain beliefs, specifically, acts or conduct that express the inherent superiority or inferiority of a particular group, acts or conduct that express that individuals should be adversely treated because they are in a certain group, acts or conduct that express that some individuals in a group are responsible for the acts of other individuals just because they're in the same group. I'm challenged to find a meaningful distinction between restrictions on expression and restrictions on belief. The amendments do not improve the bill. They make it even more vague and difficult to administer. First, what is an act or conduct that expresses something? Are we referring to speech, what someone says? If the bill proposes to restrict speech, we must consider the First Amendment. Generally, the Supreme Court has held that restrictions on speech because of content violate the First Amendment. They tend to be unconstitutional. That said, there are times when speech can be restricted. To determine whether a restriction is appropriate, we must carefully consider who is speaking, where the speech is happening, and what the speaker is saying. Context is critical. Here's another thing we know about discrimination in speech. Anti-discrimination laws don't protect stray remarks or utterances, which are expressions of sentiments, right? If a person makes an offensive remark one time, even if it's a hateful slur, it's unlikely that a court will impose liability for discrimination under federal and state laws. So we return to the question, what is an act or conduct that expresses something? If it's not speech, what is it? How do we know when conduct expresses a sentiment, and who decides? As written in this bill, we simply do not know. Here's what we do know, though. The author is not referencing discrimination as we commonly understand it. He seeks to prohibit county funding of what is newly defined as discrimination in the bill. This new definition does not exist in the current anti-discrimination landscape, so it is difficult to anticipate its effects. Our familiar time-tested anti-discrimination laws, such as Title VI and VII of the Civil Rights Act, are concerned with adverse outcomes for real people. A malfeasor has to do something because of someone's protected characteristics. The act has to result in adverse outcomes in order for there to be liability under the law. An adverse outcome might be a loss of pay, loss of a promotion, the inability to access a service or a resource, or an environment so hostile that it's nearly impossible for a reasonable person to report to work there. There's another type of discrimination under existing laws, where laws or policies unintentionally have an adverse impact on an entire group of people with the same protected characteristics. It also results in adverse outcomes. For example, there's an entire line of cases where women were denied employment because employers required applicants to undergo strength tests that were deemed to be irrelevant to the job, and the tests disqualified these women. The salient point is that there was an act, use of the test, and an adverse outcome. Women were denied employment. By contrast, Mr. Volke's bill defines discrimination as expression, presumably one's words or actions or some combination. The question is, why? We know that there's value in teaching even abhorrent beliefs. By way of illustration, we can all agree that we should know who the Nazis are and what they did and the consequences of the Holocaust. If taught correctly, learning about the Holocaust won't make someone a Nazi. In fact, we hope that learning about it prevents a Holocaust from ever happening again. So we must ask, why is a bill like this necessary? Why do we need legislation that defines discrimination in this new way at this time in history? What does this bill do that our existing anti-discrimination laws do not? Does this new definition conflict with our existing laws? I posit that the bill is not necessary or even useful. When we look at the legislative history of foundational legislation like the Civil Rights Act, we are told in detail about the documented adverse outcomes that it intended to address. The intention of this bill is presented in the whereas clauses before the definitions. It doesn't purport to address adverse outcomes. Rather, the author tells us that it seeks to respect dignity, acknowledge the right to express differing opinions, and to foster and defend intellectual honesty, freedom of speech, and freedom of association. But the Constitution of the United States meets these ends. Nothing in this bill does more than the Constitution to advance these objectives. In fact, this bill polices speech. The author's reference to critical race theory suggests that it seeks to police a very particular type of speech, which he finds to be divisive. Notwithstanding the fact that critical race theory is not an end unto itself, but an analytical tool used by scholars, Americans have a long history of tackling divisive issues head-on without banning them from public discourse. Finally, the bill does nothing to prevent actual discrimination. That is, adverse outcomes that are visited upon a person or group because of their protected characteristics. It actually clashes with existing discrimination laws. For example, Title VII, a federal law, permits employers to establish affirmative action plans to correct the effects of prior discriminatory hiring practices. To do this, an analysis has to be undertaken. Mr. Volke's bill might prevent our leaders from learning the methods, undertaking the analysis, and effectuating an outcome inconsistent with federal law. For the foregoing reasons, the administration opposes the bill in its original form, as amended, and in its entirety. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the council?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Pickard.
I think the panel has spoken. I don't really have anything else to add.
Duly noted. All right, I think we should get to the public hearing. We will now open the public hearing on Bill number 8121. Madam Secretary, do we have any testimony received from members of the public?
Yes, Madam Chair, we did receive 34 submissions of testimony using the online testimony tool. They were all in opposition. They were all shared with the council. They have all been added to the record. A summary was posted online. We did receive one letter as well.
Thank you. We'll now go to the speaking portion. We have a good number of people signed up, so I'm going to call four at a time, as I did in the previous bill. Stanley Keeve Jr., Linda Kathleen Gerdner, Nicole Dial, and Robert Esch. No one by those names is present? Okay. Eugene Peterson, Emma Buckman, Stephen Waddy, and Jeff Cullen. Mr. Peterson, you're first. Remember to please state your name and address for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Sure. Madam Chair, members of the council, my name is Eugene Peterson, and I reside at 3534 Rippling Way, Laurel, Maryland. I'm a former two-term member of the Anne Arundel County Board of Education and currently serve as Commissioner and Chair of the Anne Arundel County Human Relations Commission, and I'm here to testify on behalf of the Commission. The proposed legislation is something, while not intended, that will have the practical effect of sowing division and distrust in our community and inhibit efforts to make Anne Arundel County the best place for all. It will distract us, if passed into law, from addressing long-term bias towards folks who look like me and the creation of a safe place to address the unconscious biases we all possess that lead to unequal treatment in our workplaces. There is a lot of disinformation about honest attempts to address discrimination and inequality in our community and workplaces. Critical race theory, a legal theory only taught in higher educational institutions, particularly law schools, is being used as a broad brush criticism of efforts to address inequality and discrimination that only serves to narrow political interests. To make government and society better, we must examine where we fall short. Bill 8121 doesn't help. It actually, if fully implemented, would end the ability to help county governmental entities examine and address past and present inequities that inhibit equal access to opportunities for people like me. What the Commission is currently looking at are ways to address the disinformation surrounding the teaching of critical race theory and use of its concepts to address discrimination. One idea under consideration is to coordinate conducting a forum like the Hate Bias Forum held at Anne Arundel Community College in 2020.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson.
You're welcome.
Ms. Buckman.
Good evening. Emma Buckman, 484 White Cedar Lane in Severna Park. Again, my name is Emma, and I oppose this bill. I'll cut right to the chase. Because of how twisted CRT has been depicted by Mr. Volke in this bill, 2 minutes will not be enough for me to clarify all the misinformation that he has spread about it. So I'm just going to work on one piece of this messy puzzle. I want to reiterate what many others will say tonight, that critical race theory is a philosophy of teaching history that has existed for decades, 40 years about, and that CRT and similar approaches to teaching history are vitally important to our children and to our nation's future. We owe it to our children to teach them the truth, from Black and Brown and Indigenous children who often carry trauma in their DNA to white children who don't understand their role in systemic racism. The truth has been largely kept from all of them by American public schools. It is, in fact, discrimination against students of color to not teach them about their history in the United States. Is it difficult to talk about? Of course it is. But the truth doesn't care about our sensitivities. It's not an excuse to keep it in the dark, and it will make itself known eventually. Teaching all of our history is not discrimination. It is appalling that this bill is being depicted as anti-discrimination when it does nothing but attempt to continue discrimination against our students of color. I study Soviet history, and I have studied many men who made promises and lied to their people. It shocks me to no end to see so many American lawmakers denounce the Soviet Union's government and its disinformation campaigns and then deploy the exact same playbook. You draft bills like this that intentionally distort and warp the truth and then feed it to constituents. They trust you, they're busy, they trust you to look out for their own best interests, and instead you betrayed their trust by lying to them about what CRT does and why it's needed. So I would advise that you maybe start telling the truth.
Thank you, Ms. Buckman. Mr. Waddy.
Okay. Hello, my name is Stephen Waddy. Thank you again for allowing me to speak. I'm here representing the NAACP, testifying on behalf of President Jacqueline Boone also. The NAACP urges a no vote on Bill 8121. The NAACP has identified this bill as one of thousands being used across the country by certain white nationalist groups to send the message to conservatives that confronting racist ideology is the real racism. This message creates a chilling effect within communities that deter people of goodwill from calling out racism. This bill is meant to distract, create division, and, as Mr. Peterson said, inflame tension by using Black people, the LGBT community, the poor, and immigrants as scapegoats for an imaginary narrative of white genocide, which the wealthy and elite use to keep their hold on the reins of power. The NAACP is in coalition with organizations from across the county to identify and root out systemic racism at its core in all institutions. This anti-racist coalition includes local labor unions, the school system, the local government. We even have a school board member here, churches, and many other institutions and organizations. Some of these institutions carry the stain of race-based slavery, segregation, and institutionalized racism in their founding and even in present-day policies, but they are not afraid to confront the issues. They know that we can't move forward by remaining colorblind and ignoring the race-based impacts of policies that may not even be expressly discriminatory, which this bill is because it includes critical race theory in the preamble. After witnessing the last 4 years of pain, suffering, horror, these organizations know that racism primarily hurts their Black, Indigenous, Latino, and Asian American neighbors and has limited opportunity for the vast majority of white people, especially those in Pasadena. The mental, physical, and emotional stress and pain of trying to cope with systemic racism affects us all. We urge a no vote.
Thank you, Mr. Waddy. Mr. Cullen.
Thank you for recognizing me. I'm here tonight to voice my opposition to Bill 8121. Jeff Cullen, I live at Susquehannock Circle in Odenton. The justification for the bill raises the specter of critical race theory and suggests that critical race theory fosters discrimination and exacerbates division based on race. Nothing could be further from the truth. In 2005, I completed a graduate-level course in critical race theory. And to be clear, the only places critical race theory is being taught is in law schools and some graduate schools of education. The good citizens of Anne Arundel County have nothing to fear. I know that it's almost Halloween, but the critical race theory boogeyman is just that, a fiction being used to justify the status quo second-class treatment for non-whites in our society. For example, in health disparities, criminal justice, arrest and sentencing disparities, and housing and educational segregation. The originator of the current hysteria around critical race theory is Christopher Rufo, a conservative activist who found a phrase that could be used to arouse emotion and scare white people. Better than political correctness or cancel culture or wokeness, Rufo found that he could weaponize the term critical race theory. So he went on Tucker Carlson Tonight on Fox and did just that, and the next morning got a call from the White House Chief of Staff. And now Councilman Volke is jumping on the train. I don't think Anne Arundel County is training its employees to be discriminatory. That would violate the county code and state regulations, and it would be dumb. So what's this all about? Councilman Volke has established an exploratory committee to run for county executive, and so this bill, which should and will be voted down, is really just about virtue signaling. Councilman Volke, the 1950s called, and they want their proposed legislation back. Maryland is one of 6 states that is majority minority, and although Anne Arundel County remains about 2/3 white, the makeup of our region is changing quickly. We will need, and I recommend a no vote on this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Cullen. This panel is dismissed. Next, we have Morgan Van Arsdal, Pastor Stephen Tillett, Connor Curran, and Apostle Antonio Palmer. Do we have Pastor Tillett?
I am reading for Pastor Tillett.
Oh, okay. Ms. Van Arsdal?
Good evening. My name is Morgan Van Arsdal, and I live in Cape St. Clair in Annapolis. I am here tonight to join many others in urging the County Council to defeat Bill 8121. Our Constitution reminds us that we're always working towards a more perfect union. We aren't perfect yet, but learning an accurate and truthful history of our nation will help us become more perfect. Understanding the privileges and benefits we have been given and how best to use those to help others will help us become more perfect. Hearing diverse, divergent, and sometimes even controversial ideas will help us become more perfect. Throwing around the latest political boogeyman catchphrases designed to make people mad and fearful, that will not help us become more perfect. Everyone in this room knows that the bill will be defeated. So what are we doing here? Why does Mr. Volke feel it necessary to waste everyone's time, to sow false division and discontent in the county? I have no hope that Mr. Volke will ever stop this political grandstanding, change his priorities, and put his constituents before his pursuit of personal power. But Ms. Fiedler, I do have hope for you. You are my representative. While we may not always agree, I believe you to be a leader who sincerely wants to make our part of the world a better place. Your vote on this bill will make absolutely no difference in whether it passes or not. What it will show is where you stand and what your values are. Do you stand with the students and teachers and employees of Anne Arundel County? Or do you stand with the partisan politicians who only seek to divide us? Do you want to contribute to the hard work of building a more perfect union? Or do you want to contribute to Mr. Volke's shenanigans? You have a chance to support the full, wonderful diversity of your constituency by making sure this bill is defeated in a bipartisan manner. Please vote against this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Van Arsdal. The gentleman who is speaking for Pastor Tillett.
Yes, my name is Pastor Min Flowers. Pastor Tillett is my clergy colleague as well as my frat brother. And I am here to read on his behalf. He was unable to make it tonight. Mr. Volke, you represent my district, and I am disappointed in this evening. Good evening to my fellow Anne Arundel County residents. I'm grateful that Pastor Min Flowers is available to share these remarks with you tonight. I planned to be here in person, but my 97-year-old mother lives with us, and I had to lend a helping hand to help her before she leaves out of town. We are here tonight because of Bill 8121 has been sponsored. It's what I call a wolf in sheep's clothing. It is a bill intended to sound and seem innocuous and unthreatening enough to try to quietly slip through the cracks and become the law in Anne Arundel County. What is it seeking to do? In a backhanded way, to attack the boogeyman of the hour, critical race theory, aka CRT. As Councilwoman Lacey and others have told us, it would also have numerous other unintended consequences to our efforts to have Anne Arundel County truly become the best place for all. Critical race theory, which originated in the mid-1970s, is a body of legal scholarship and academic movement in U.S. civil rights scholars who seek critically to examine the intersection of race and the U.S. law as it challenged mainstream approaches to racial justice and racial inequality. CRT examines social, cultural, and legal issues primarily as it relates to race and racism in the United States. A tenet of CRT is that racism and the desperate racial outcomes are a result of complex and changing in our community. My time has run out. I encourage all of this council to vote against it.
Thank you, Pastor. Mr. Curran.
Good evening, Chairwoman Lacey, Vice Chairwoman Rodvian, members of the council. For the record, my name is Connor Curran, resident District 3. I encourage the council to vote no on Bill 8121. This bill is misleading and has one target: critical race theory. This bill also fundamentally misses the purpose of critical race theory, which, for the record, is a form of law school curriculum that aims to explain how systemic racism is prevalent in our institutions. I would also like to mention an important quote from the Anne Arundel County Office Personnel Overview page that states, quote, "Anne Arundel County government is committed to non-discrimination, non-harassment, and fostering a community that promotes equal opportunity, diversity, inclusion, and acceptance for all persons. Anne Arundel County government prohibits illegal discrimination against any individual on the basis of race, ethnicity, color, ancestry, national origin, language, faith-based or religious affiliation, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, family parental status, marital status, age, physical or mental disability, limited English proficiency, and any other protected lawful classifications, attributes, affiliations covered by county, state, and federal laws. Equal opportunity of access to programs shall be extended to all persons," end quote. This is a commitment from the Anne Arundel County government of exactly what a non-discrimination definition should look like. This bill is tone deaf to the many identifications that people may have and fails to be representative of what a diverse population Anne Arundel County has. Furthermore, the vague language of the bill could also have an effect on the equity training within the county government and our county schools that provides an insight on best practices in a diverse environment. The history of our past is something we need to learn and reflect from. It's supposed to make us feel outrage and give us a purpose to make change. This is important because we need to grow as a county from our past and do better for the people of Anne Arundel County. I encourage the council to vote no on Bill 8121 to save equitable practices within the operations of government.
Thank you, Mr. Curran. Apostle?
Good evening, most esteemed council. I am again Apostle Antonio Palmer. As first vice president of the United Black Clergy of Anne Arundel County, I'm here to testify on behalf of the 50-plus clergy members of this organization and representing the voice of the underrepresented communities throughout our beloved county. Critical race equity work and conversations throughout government, universities, and other parts of society has been curtailed by broad narrative attacks by critics and politicians alike. Bill 8121 has been crafted with cunning manipulation to redefine the true workings of discrimination, which was birthed out of an ideology to keep people of color in an inferior position in our society by setting systemic roadblocks of equity and equality for all. There's an African proverb that says, unless the lion tells the story, the hunter will always be the hero. The proposed legislative bill 8121 introduced by Councilman Nathan Volke is merely the hunter trying to keep his narrative as the only story that our society should be told. Thus, we, as clergy, vehemently oppose this bill, and we ask that the entire council disfavors, oppose, and reject this bill altogether. Thank you for hearing our voice, and may the lion story continue to be told.
Thank you, Apostle Palmer. This panel is dismissed. The next four I have are Chrissy Holt, David Norkin, Amy Leahy, and Alpha Stevens. Ms. Holt, when you're ready. Not sure you heard me. Ms. Holt, it's your turn.
Okay.
Okay.
Chrissy Holt, Annapolis, Maryland. I'm state chair of Our Revolution, Maryland. My testimony tonight is actively against Bill 8121. The essence of this bill is to allow the white male to feel comfortable or maintain unity of nation and well-being of citizens, regardless of the impact on anyone not white male. It is white privilege to submit a bill to secure the white supremacy strategy of denying the history of horrors and racism in Anne Arundel County. This is the absence of thinking critically about race and provides evidence for why we need critical race analysis. Silencing the differences between anyone other than the white male is exactly the problem here. In direct contradiction to Bill 8121, the German people are actively educated and reminded about the horrors of the Holocaust. As a civilized society, they will not allow the Holocaust to be forgotten or history to repeat itself. Racist history is repeating itself right now in this moment. Without access to the full history beyond what happens to the white males, examining the current horror of white supremacy in American laws and economic structures like healthcare, education, housing, and immigration, then politicians like Volke will continue to introduce bills like 8121. This council remains on the wrong side of history for health care as a human right. Tell the families of the 739 people who died of COVID that health care is not a local issue. Los Angeles County, with 10 million people compared to Maryland's 6 million, passed a Medicare for All resolution. Thousands of counties, Montgomery, PG, cities like Annapolis have passed Medicare for All resolutions. GoFundMe is not a healthcare strategy to end medical debt. Leaders across America know that the U.S. healthcare system discriminates based on race, sex, income, age, and disease, except people on this council. With Bill 8121, we couldn't talk about that because it would upset the white males. Robin DiAngelo, author of White Fragility, said, the question is not did racism happen, but rather how did racism manifest in this situation? And manifest, it's here.
Thank you. Mr. Norkin?
Okay. My name is David Norkin of 2552 Cheval Drive, Davidsonville, Maryland. I'm with the Anne Arundel County NAACP, and I'm also testifying on behalf of the Maryland chapter of the National Lawyers Guild. There's a history of systemic racism in this country, and that systemic racism is alive and well today. It extends from the system of peonage labor in the South until the 1930s. It extended to housing segregation and redlining of black and Latino neighborhoods. It extends today to mass incarceration where African Americans are targeted for stop and frisk, driving while black and disproportionately arrested for drug crimes, even though white drug culture is used, even though white drug use is about the same. It extends to African Americans being killed by police nationally at twice their representation of the population, according to the Washington Post, who keeps the best statistics available. It extends today to the resegregation of the schools. I worked for the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission for 33 years, more than 23 of those years as an administrative judge, and the rest as a trial attorney. I know there's discrimination out there because I proved it in court. As an administrative judge myself, I often made findings of discrimination. Since leaving the federal government a year ago, I have returned to prosecuting employment discrimination cases with a private firm. I know there is discrimination out there because I see it, and there's a lot of it. This is our history, and it is necessary to discuss and understand this history, not to make people feel guilty, but to repair what has occurred and to inform policy choices in the future. Understanding history and current conditions are essential to formulate new laws such as those from the last Maryland legislative session, where Anton's Law and use of force statutes were adopted. This bill is intended to halt that policy discussion and a frank assessment of the history and current conditions that inform it, and to make that discussion perversely an act of discrimination. For these reasons, I ask you to defeat this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Norkin. Ms. Leahy.
Amy Leahy, Severna Park, Maryland. In the words of Martin Luther King, Jr., now is the time to rise from the dark and desolate valley of segregation to the sunlit path of racial justice. Now is the time to make justice a reality for all of God's children. I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up and live out the true meaning of its creed. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal. I have a dream that one day on the red hills of Georgia, the sons of former slaves and the sons of former slave owners will be able to sit down together at the table of brotherhood. I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. This is our hope. Those words were the hope and prayer of Martin Luther King, that we would live in a colorblind world. The current movement in our public schools to focus on race, basically pitting one race against another by teaching there is a superior race, white, and an inferior race, black, does nothing but divide us as people. And I think you can see a clear example of that right here in this room tonight. The AACPS joint plan to eliminate the opportunity gap with the County Council contained language that for all intents and purposes discriminates by using words such as implicit bias, anti-oppressive behaviors towards students, anti-racism, evaluate teacher administration for attitudes toward bias, that's part of the plan, analyze all curricula using the equity rubric, review curriculum with a culturally responsive lens reflecting all types of diversity, and revise if necessary. This is all language that comes right out of critical race theory. If I happen to be a person of a darker skin color right now and my kids were in school, in public school, I would be insulted and amazed at what the attitude is towards black children that comes from all the critical race theory that's going on right now. It basically teaches black kids that they cannot exceed.
Ms. Stevens.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the council. I am Alpha Stevens, president of the League of Women Voters of Anne Arundel County. I live at 7923 Carriage Drive in Severn. The League of Women Voters of Anne Arundel County strongly opposes Bill 8121. This bill runs counter to our values and principles, and in fact runs counter to the values of an educational system in a democracy, where civil and respectful exchange of ideas and communication of factually supported information are embraced. Bill 8121 represents an intrusive and suppressive attempt through legislation to censor certain aspects of curriculum, and therefore threatens any and all aspects of current or future curriculum. We do not believe it is the role of government to legislate school curriculum. The wording of Bill 8121 is confusing. It provides a self-serving redefinition of discrimination and casually inserts a judgment of an undefined term, critical race theory. The bill makes it appear as though it has one purpose: to ensure schools avoid teaching and promoting discrimination, when in fact the bill's impact would be to turn a blind eye to past, present, or future discrimination. The League believes that it is the role of responsible government to share in the solution of problems and not hide from them. Often discrimination comes from a place of fear, misunderstanding, and ignorance. Human instinct is to try to protect our children, but younger generations continually demonstrate their strength and resilience when offered facts and opportunity. Please vote no on Bill 8121.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens. This panel is dismissed. Next, I have David Morsberger, Dawn Pulliam, Charles Hurley, and William Ballantyne. Thank you. Mr. Morsberger? So you, yep. When your light's on, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Chairman Lacey, for the opportunity to speak here on purpose. I'm here to support Bill 8121. I had a prepared speech that I was going to give, but I'm no longer going to do that. I didn't know what to expect when I came here, but I now feel we are more divided than we ever were, and that saddens me. I've heard people say here that CRT is the boogeyman. You know, what this bill does, it defines in 3 sentences what discrimination is and says just don't fund it in government programs. That's all it says. It does not say don't teach about our history in the past, our good and bad history. It doesn't say that. It says don't fund that one race is superior. Don't fund one race is inferior. Don't fund things that adversely affect a protected group. Don't treat one group bad because of misdeeds of a person that's in that group. That's all this bill says is do not fund it. It does not say don't educate your students. It doesn't say don't do critical thinking. You know, we are taught in school to critical think. That's a great thing. Racism did exist. Racism does exist. It's just saying don't fund it. That's all it says. All this stuff that I'm hearing today is not this bill. And I thank you, Nathan, because that's not this bill. It's don't fund that one race is superior to the other. Don't fund one race is inferior to the other. I grew up in Anne Arundel County. I went to Anne Arundel County schools. I went to Meade MacArthur Middle School and Meade High School. That is not what we did, and we dealt with our differences, and we moved forward and solved hard problems.
Thank you, Mr. Morsberger. Ms. Pulliam?
Hi, Dawn Pulliam, 1687 Ridgely Court. I am here today to testify and support a Bill 8121. I thank you, Councilman Volke, for introducing this bill this evening. I am against taxpayer dollars funding discrimination of any kind. Driving into work this morning, I was listening to clips on this particular bill and listening to the CRT and County Executive Pittman describing this bill as white supremacy legislation, and it immediately triggered a negative emotion. White supremacy, that by itself defined as white people are inherently superior or oppressors and other races are oppressed, is simply just not true, and it is decisive. This bill would prevent that behavior from happening today and in the future. Growing up, race was never an issue in my home or community. I grew up in a diverse community in Prince George's County, and my family was very diverse. We had Filipino, Spanish, and African Americans in my family. Everyone was treated equally, period. It would be insulting to say that I would be more superior than any other member in my family. I'd actually get kicked out for saying that. As a former leader in higher education, a child, an aunt, and a mentor, I teach and communicate that you can do anything if you put your mind to it, no matter who you are and your color. Actually, I believe this bill is the exact opposite. I agree with Mr. Morseberger, and the exact opposite of what County Executive Pittman in the media has portrayed. This bill will guarantee that our county funds will not be used to fund discrimination in any form. Not approving this bill will only cause confusion and work against parenting in homes, create divide in our homes and communities, and hinder our children's opportunity for a successful future.
Thank you, Ms. Pulliam. Mr. Hurley?
Yes, Chuck Hurley. I live at 5 Park Place here in Annapolis. I'm a member of the the Annapolis Human Relations Commission, but I speak for myself. I'll try to be brief and to the point. I'm an old Quaker. I used to be an old Republican. As a young man, I worked for a Republican governor, a Republican state speaker, a Republican mayor, and a Republican member of Congress. The first 3 were from Delaware. The 4th was from Wisconsin. When the party became the party of David Duke and Donald Trump, my wife and I had to get out. I believe this bill does not promote equal opportunity, as the sponsor says. And I don't think it has much to do with critical race theory. I think it has mainly to do with fundraising. Why would I say that? Well, I got an email at 7:29 tonight from Herb McMillan, and I think I can quote it said, should all 4-year-olds be required to study critical race theory? Now, is that the kind of statement that promotes equal opportunity? And I think not. I think it's a dog whistle to raise money. And I would urge the sponsor to withdraw the bill, and I would urge the others to oppose it.
Thank you, Mr. Hurley. And thank you for your silent reactions. If we could please try to, not boisterously laugh and otherwise disrupt when anybody of any view is speaking, that would be much appreciated. Mr. Ballantyne.
Yes, my name is Bruce Ballantyne, and I live on Foxgrape Lane in Crownsville. And I thank you, Madam Chair, and also the council for your time, not just at this meeting, but everything you do in going through all this. Sitting in the audience here, I can really have a better appreciation of what you have to go through, and I would never want to do it. So thank you very much. By you doing it, I don't have to worry about it. Not that I would agree with all the findings, but that's it. But I am speaking for the bill. I believe that, of course, it's consistent and needs to be consistent with the federal discrimination laws, and those would prevail anyway. So the fact that it might not be clear or whatever, the federal discrimination laws would apply. I think that the point is, as has been mentioned here, about using funds from the county to I believe will sow discord between individual groups and people with not just different opinions, but different appearances. Also, if the county funds are not being used for discrimination in any manner, if they are not being used for discrimination, then the bill will have no harmful impact. Let me repeat that. If, in fact, the county funds are not being used for discrimination, then the bill will have no impact. If county funds are being used in a discriminatory manner, how are they being used? I think no one would admit that. So therefore, you're back to their funds won't be used for this discrimination. I have seen some impact assertions against this bill, and they are assertions. And one can assert that there's no proof that the moon is not made of Swiss cheese. That does not make it true that it is made of Swiss cheese or isn't. Please do not vote for this, or please do vote for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ballantyne. This panel is dismissed. The next 4 people I have are India Ox, Nashara Hilton, Nikithia Hilton, and Mary Grace Gallagher. Ms. Ox?
India Oaks from Annapolis, who has no fear to speak in opposition to Bill 8121, given that unlike the author, I face discrimination every day of my life, but I will thank its author for showing how deep discrimination runs, by excluding, among other things, single mothers with a disability who have family members with differing gender identities from your demographics of what groups get discriminated against. Thank you for showing the essence of political mongering by manipulating the definition of discrimination when by every other legal framework discrimination is based on adverse bias actions against the populations the bill is targeting. And thank you for putting a spotlight on the Maryland Attorney's Rules of Professional Conduct, especially for those in public office. I am grateful at this opportunity to read up again the regulations we, as attorneys in Maryland, took an oath to uphold, in particular under Rule 8.4. It is professional misconduct to engage in misrepresentation, which the bill does, when misleading the public in the definition of discrimination. It is misconduct when engaging in conduct prejudicial to the administration of justice, which this bill blatantly does by not adhering to laws at the state and federal level, and, as stated under Rule 8.4, a commitment to equal justice under the law lies at the very heart of the legal system, which is why this bill is particularly an egregious type of discrimination, as the wording, or lack thereof, in this bill manifests bias towards the demographics cited, and so attorney or not, show character, show humanity, and vote against Bill 8121.
Thank you, Ms. Ox. Ms. Nashara Hilton, please.
Hi, my name is Nashara Hilton, Fort Meade, Maryland. Teaching about discriminatory practices are necessary as many of our realities are not the same. This country has been divided by race for centuries. The only way to mend that is to take ownership of the wrongdoings done throughout the history. There are bills in place to create an environment that proposes equal treatment of different races, ethnicities, gender, and those with disabilities by creating an understanding of our differences rather than a lack of knowledge or ignorance. To teach our histories, create a positive environment that reduces discrimination and allows for empathy rather than to create a people who lack understanding and education. This country is built around being proud of one's history and heritage, but the primary heritage that we learn about is of Caucasian descent. The main subject when it comes to African Americans or Hispanics is of slavery, civil rights movements, or immigration rights, and a few prominent leaders such as MLK that is discussed once every year. But we are more than that. We are inventors, scientists, herbalists, educators, and much more. Critical race theory is associated with is necessary in providing a space to discuss and learn about the practices, social implications, such as food apartheid and the white L versus the black butterfly, which, if you don't know what that is something you would have learned through a course such as this, alongside many other topics. If learning your history makes you uncomfortable, then that's a good first step. History is great, but it can be ugly as well. To not acknowledge that lighter skin has received more privilege and opportunity, especially proven by the law specifically implicated during Jim Crow that still has an effect economically and mentally today, is outrageous. To choose equality over equity means that many people may never get a chance. Passing this legislative bill 8121 will be counterintuitive to eliminating discrimination it calls out, meaning that our generation as well as the future children will continue to lack knowledge and understanding of this country's truth, both good and bad, furthering the wedge that we are fighting so hard to remove.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hilton. And Nikithia Hilton.
Yes. Hello, my name is Nikithia Hilton, Fort Meade, Maryland. I'm the parent, the mother of Nashara Hilton. I would like to ask council to take a moment and to think about what if it's something that you had done in your past that hurt you really bad and you had a chance to stop your family member from going through the same thing. Would you cover it up or would you tell them to stop them from going through the same thing? Our history doesn't change just because we want to cover it up. With Bill 8121, this is designed not to bring people together. In fact, it is complete opposite. Haven't we had enough opposition in our country? Mr. Volker, our factual history, though may be flawed, it is our facts, and it is the past. However, in the past, blacks were looked at as being inferior, and Caucasians were looked at as being superior. In critical race theory, it is factual, the good, the bad, and the indifferent. It is very important that legislation does not cherry pick our history. As a nation, our history has to be told. As the mother of 3 children who all have go to universities, I have seen firsthand, being also a military wife, of what it is to not have history spoken throughout many schools that my children have attended. History is important so that it is not repeated. We don't want to repeat our past. Critical race theory is very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Mother Hilton. And Ms. Gallagher.
I'm Mary Grace Gallagher. I live in Annapolis, Maryland. I oppose 8121. Let me get this straight. You think that the so-called discrimination and critical race theory exacerbates and inflames divisions more than banning the teaching of it? The idea that race is embedded in the law and in the nation's institutions is simply fact. Facts that should not be minimized or concealed because they make people uncomfortable or angry. Let's not shy away from teaching that the Chinese Exclusion Act excluded Chinese people just because it might make white people sad and uncomfortable. Shouldn't we know why there are so many Native Americans living in Oklahoma? Shouldn't we explore and probe why African Americans have so little wealth? Learning about these things doesn't inflame division. Not teaching them only continues it.
Thank you, Ms. Gallagher. Okay, I'm at the end of my list of people who signed up. So if you'd like to speak, now is the time to come down. I have one more seat if anyone wants to come down. Ms. Johnson, I see you getting up. It's Ms. Johnson's seat. Okay. I think we can get started while she's coming down, if you don't mind, Ms. Johnson. Mr. Holt, since you're on the far right, you get to go first.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Arthur Holt. I live in Annapolis, Maryland. Thank you, Council, for all the hard work you do. And I am testifying, encouraging the Council to vote against 8121. I'm a graduate of Anne Arundel County Public Schools. I went to West Annapolis Elementary. I went to Bates Middle School, well, junior high at the time, and that actually was previously the only black high school in Anne Arundel County. And it had recently been integrated. It was now, at that time, it was predominantly white. And there was a tradition of making fun of the way black people spoke. And it wasn't called out. And it wouldn't have happened if white people had been taught about the suffering that black people had endured through the history of this country. And even before this country, 1629, I believe, is the symbolic date. Children, and later I was a substitute teacher, and I noticed how explosive the whole thing is. Children in public schools know about the inequities. They do not know how the inequities started and how policy and generational trauma perpetuate the inequities. We each have an opportunity to transform our collective future by knowing one another's history. And I'll quote Bob Marley, "If you know your history, then you would know where you are coming from. Then you wouldn't have to ask me, who the heck do I think I am?" Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holt. Mr. Bracey?
Yes, Council. My name is Louis Bracelet of Arundel County. I refuse to give my address because you have too many Trump supporters in the room. My address is a matter of record, and because of that, I like to go on from this point. When I appeared before this council, as some of you know, almost 3 years ago, I asked you all to read 25 ways Donald Trump is like Hitler. Donald Trump hit every single point at that time. Now, y'all didn't listen. Most of you on this council received my photos of me in my protest in front of the White House during the time of Donald Trump, and I sent every one of you the pictures where he turned it into an armed camp. I'd like to say to you, Mr. Volker, if you really believe about history, then I would support you if you would agree to report the history that white people wrote about white people. Would you agree that the original settlers of Jamestown really were cannibals for the first 2 settlements? Would you have a problem with that being taught? Would you have a problem being taught that Custer's last stand, that y'all make all this glory about, that he would have been court-martialed had he survived? This is from the military people. Would you support the truth about the Alamo? Santa Ana could have taken them at any time, but y'all wanted to control the narrative and tell lies. Would you support the truth that white people wrote about all 3 of those things? I kind of doubt that. Now, I have to say this one thing real quickly. We have your religious people here who I try to get them to listen. For 4 years, y'all did not listen. Y'all need to listen. Y'all need to listen again and to vote this bill down, because it's nothing but Donald Trump, Donald Trump, Donald Trump, and you know it.
Thank you, Mr. Bracy. Ms. Ronk.
Good evening, Council. I strongly support Bill number 8121 before the Council tonight. The purpose of the bill is to acknowledge the dignity of every person in the county and defend freedom, freedom of speech, and freedom of association throughout the county. No person should be treated with more respect or less respect because of their race, sex, ethnicity, religion, or color. Who could be opposed to this fair-minded and peace-loving bill? This bill does not intend to deny or cover up history. We need to look at our history objectively and learn from it. Although there is still progress to be made, our nation and our state, we have come very far from the 1950s and 60s when many people shed their prejudice and matured to respect and appreciate people of every race, creed, and color. Just like it's stated in the Pledge of Allegiance, one nation, under God, with liberty and justice for all. I was disappointed to read the exaggerated and rhetoric-heavy claims that this simple bill would somehow weaken the Human Relations Commission or undermine decades of respect for diversity taught in our county schools. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Bill number 8121. Chris Ronk, I live in Severna Park.
Thank you, Ms. Ronk. And ma'am, I can't even quite see you through the plexiglass, so please state your name and address for the record.
Hello, Chairwoman Lacey and Vice Chairwoman Rodvian. Sorry?
Mike, can't hear you.
Oh, okay. My name is Tara Kim. I'm a student at Chesapeake High School, and I reside in Pasadena, Maryland. I wasn't going to originally say anything, but I came here to show my support for those in opposition of the bill. While I believe silence is safe, it is dangerous to my community and those who are in minority communities as well. Everyone who has mentioned something about this bill or who is in opposition of it made very valid points, and I will not be repetitive. I look up and I'm very pleased to see 5 out of the 7 people residing in this council are women. As a woman myself in business, it is hard to be a woman in these kinds of communities. I know when you see each other, maybe you see similarities, familiarity. However, within my school or within my community, I don't have that kind of connection, that sense of familiarity. Discrimination should be outlined very specifically. Legislation is never simple. I urge you council members to vote against the bill. Critical race theory urges Americans not to face guilt, but to show understanding and to go against ignorance, the very deep root of racism. Please recognize the struggle my community has faced. I urge those who are proud to call themselves Americans to be proud not of your country's mistakes, but what it is today. Especially within our very own, let's really make Anne Arundel County the best place for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kim. Alderman Schandelmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Alderman Brooks Schandelmeyer. I live on Stone Creek Road in Annapolis. I could talk a lot about various parts of this bill. I could talk about how it's an attempt to prevent the accurate teaching of reality. I could talk about how it's written to be so broad that it could easily be interpreted as anything that makes someone uncomfortable for having to face that reality. I could talk about how the entire opening pitch of this bill was just the sponsor complaining about people who call me racist are the real racist. Instead, I'm going to say that this bill is a pathetic publicity grab to try and boost the floundering exploratory committee of the sponsor and an attempt to raise money by wasting everybody's time with a troll. That's my time.
Thank you, Alderman. Ms. Johnson.
Julie Johnson, P.O. Box 6634, Annapolis, Maryland. So much has been said about the bill that I want to bring a little historic background to you. Some of you know that I had a conflict with my department chair at one point in my life. I was a teacher. She was my supervisor. She wouldn't give you, when I asked for books for my students, she said, books. You want books for your students. You want books for your students. You buy them yourself. And it got considerably worse. And so eventually at one point, after school one day, I went to her and I said, I'd like to square away whatever the problems are. If you would tell me what I've done wrong, I would like to make amends. And she stood up, she grabbed her grade book, she turned purple, she was shaking with rage. Through clenched teeth, she told me, you don't treat the black kids right. You treat them just like the white kids, and it makes me sick. And that was pretty awful. And I went home and I cried a lot, and I had a lot of nightmares. But it had been so awful. I turned to the assistant principal, who was our joint supervisor, to whom I had told the previous things about no books, no dissection specimens, no chemicals for the chemistry students, etc. And when I told him what she said, he leaped up and said, you get this straight. She never did any such thing, and carried on. And I left his office, and it didn't take me long to be a puddle of tears. So finally, I went to the principal. And when I told him, he bounced out of his seat and said, you know the kind of trouble this can cause. If word of this ever leaves this office, you will be charged with insubordination and you will be terminated. Do you understand? It'll be your job.
Thank you.
Okay.
This panel is dismissed. Is there anyone else who would like to come testify on this bill?
You know my name.
Last call for people to come testify on this bill. Ms. Edwards?
Yes. I just wanted to offer some words of encouragement. I told you why I'm here, to represent people that are murdered. I think we put a lot of burden on men, regardless of their color and who they are. Who is man that they have so much power? We have members from the clergy, so I thought we would speak from the Bible. I guide my life from Psalms 37:1, which says, "Fret not thyself because of evildoers, neither be thou envious against the workers of iniquity." It doesn't specify who that is. I pray for my nation. I'm from Washington, D.C. I had the misfortune of being in Washington, D.C. during 9/11. I've lost people during 9/11. We honored them a month ago. I hope, and I was quoted in the Capitol Gazette when I talked about violence, that I hope that it doesn't take another 9/11 to bring this country together. If we don't love each other, I'm not going to put the burden on white men, white women, black, Latino. If we don't love each other, we have enemies outside this country as well as within. If we don't love each other, we've quoted Dr. Martin Luther King, we will either live together as brothers or we will perish together as fools. That's all I wanted to say about this. Critical race theory is not the first time it's come about, but I just wanted to say I don't put this burden on us because hate is taught in the homes. It's not taught in school. It's taught in the homes. And judging by the way people behave just on an airplane at 30,000 feet in the air where you can't keep people in their seats, this is bigger than just what we teach our children, because your children watch what you say on the phone. They watch us. So we don't learn to love each other, be kind to each other. I will say it again because I deal with death and violence every day. I hope it doesn't take another 9/11 to bring us together. And that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Edwards. And ma'am?
Burlett from Arundel, Maryland. I'd like to say that I didn't plan to speak, but I have to address the low character assassinations that I'm hearing tonight and just point out that I believe that the bill was written with sincere desire to not see us divide our people in the schools. The public funds shouldn't be spent for divisive purposes, and we must acknowledge that there are movements within our community that come to us from Marxism, and its purpose and its goal is to destroy America, and that's the elephant in the room. I'm sorry to hear it, but I hope that we'll all be considering what is the goal and what is the purpose and what are the unintended consequences if we don't love with one another and appreciate each other's strengths and, quite honestly, confidence in each and every race, because I see it happening every day. People much brighter than me in any race, and they're succeeding and being absolutely joyful in the opportunities in America. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burlett. And sir?
Yes, ma'am. I'm thankful to be here today, and I'm going to do my best. My name is Thomas Massey. I live in Annapolis. Does anybody remember 1492? Or 3/5 of a human being? These things was taught to me in school. You know, like I was nothing. I was dirt. While they treat other races better than me. So that's what you see today. That's why all them black on black crimes happening. Do we continue to let them happen by passing something like a bill that all it's going to do is further us and make us believe that we're 3/5 of a human being? You know, and I don't want to say much, but I appreciate everybody that came up and spoke for the bill. And that's it for me.
Thank you, sir. You all are dismissed.
Thank you.
The public hearing on Bill number 8121 is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of Bill number 8121.
Bill number 8121, an ordinance concerning general provisions, prohibition against use of county funds or resources to promote or require discrimination.
Is there any discussion before we go to the amendments? Mr. Pruski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was sitting here, and as a former high school social studies teacher, I appreciate the testimony of folks brought forward. And the quote that was used earlier is actually, those who do not know history are destined to repeat it. And in particular, I think that some of the testimony that was brought here today, particularly personal stories of what happened in Anne Arundel County and what continues to happen, obviously points out why we should be defeating this bill. The other thing I think this looks at is our priorities. I'm sitting in my district right now getting emails from people who are unemployed, who have affordable housing issues, and we're talking about this. So I'll just leave it at that. You can make your own judgment, but I know my priorities for my district, and I hope the council members have the same. Thank you.
All right, seeing no other lights at this time, we'll go to the amendments. Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 1.
Amendment number 1. This amendment rephrases the definition of discrimination.
Mr. Volke?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I had an opportunity to review some concerns that were shared with me by the Legal and Policy Council for Anne Arundel County Public Schools a few weeks ago, in that the concerns were raised. They were similar to what Ms. Smith noted about legislating beliefs vis-a-vis action. So I did have an opportunity to work with the County Office of Law, Mr. Swain and Ms. Klaasmeyer, Lord Blair Klaasmeyer, who's here, and we were able to come up with what I believe is a better way to structure this section to make it clear that we are not legislating beliefs, that we're actually legislating actions. So I have heard from Mr. Swain, and he indicated that this satisfies his legal concern about this piece of the bill. So with that, it's really 2 amendments. It's Amendment 1 and Amendment 2. They correct it, but because they're just the way we do amendments, we had to do them as 2 separate amendments. So I'll be moving both of those, and I'm hopeful that my colleagues will support it to try to take care of that concern with the bill.
Is there a motion to adopt?
So moved.
And a second?
Fiedler, second.
Is there any discussion on amendment number 1? Mr. Barron?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pete Barron. The administration appreciates you're trying to fix a broken bill, but this bill is not fixable. We're against the amendment because we're against the bill.
Anyone else? Ms. Peckard.
I believe our esteemed panelists addressed this amendment a little earlier in their remarks, and while clearly the bill as drafted has numerous issues, I don't think amendment number 1, from what I'm hearing from the panel, I think it removes one issue and introduces another, with getting into the First Amendment and freedom of speech and other things. So this is a no for me.
Anyone else? Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 1.
Mr. Volke?
Aye.
Mr. Pruski?
Nay.
Ms. Fiedler?
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian?
Nay.
Ms. Hare?
Aye.
Ms. Pickard?
Nay.
Ms. Lacey?
Briefly explain my vote. Ordinarily, I give courtesy to the author of a bill who wants to amend their own bill, but I think this bill is unfixable, and I'll be voting no on all of the amendments, including this one. No.
3 in the affirmative, 4 in the negative. Amendment number 1 has been defeated.
Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 2.
Amendment number 2. Excuse me. This amendment prohibits the use of county funds or resources to require or train a county employee to commit discrimination as defined in Bill number 8121.
Mr. Volke?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As noted, this is the second part of what we just voted on in Amendment number 1, so I would move Amendment 2.
Is there a second?
Hare, second.
Is there any discussion? Mr. Barron?
Repeat the comment from the First Amendment.
Anyone else? Ms. Rodvian?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lisa Rodvian, District 6. I just wanted to clarify my no vote is also because I feel like this bill is inherently flawed, and I just don't want to prolong this discussion, so I'm going to vote against this amendment.
Anyone else? Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 2.
Mr. Volkey.
Aye.
Mr. Pruski.
Nay.
Ms. Fiedler. Aye. Ms. Rodvian.
Nay.
Ms. Hare.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Nay.
Ms. Lacy.
Nay.
3 in the affirmative, 4 in the negative. Amendment number 2 has been defeated.
Madam Secretary, please read amendment number 3.
Amendment number 3. This amendment removes a reference to critical race theory.
Mr. Volkey?
Certainly. Thank you, Madam Chair. So over the weekend in particular, but even into last week, I was getting a lot of emails from people. As Madam Secretary noted, there were, I think, 30-some people who emailed about this bill. One of the major concerns that many of them had was the inclusion of the term critical race theory, because they felt it was misleading in the bill, and they thought that the purpose, having it in the whereas provisions, was not actually accurate to the purpose of the bill, which is non-discrimination. As a result, I emailed many of these people. I tried to email all of them and said, if that was removed from the bill, would that make you supportive of the bill? And I know some of my colleagues saw some of those emails, because some of those folks then, after I'd emailed them directly, emailed the whole council back. So this has been an ongoing discussion. With that said, I don't think that the bill needs the reference to critical race theory to accomplish the purposes of non-discrimination, which is the intent of the bill. So with that said, some of the folks that emailed me back in opposition said if you did in fact remove the critical race theory reference, that would at least make it slightly more palatable. Again, there were some people who said they still wouldn't support the bill and they still thought it was not a good bill. But in an effort to try to listen to those who were opposed and to reach some sort of a middle ground where we can try to get this bill into a place that brings more support, I had amendment number 3 prepared, which is in front of everyone, which takes out the reference to critical race theory in the whereas provision. So I would move that amendment.
Is there a second?
Fiedler, second.
And is there any discussion? Mr. Barron?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pete Barron. I think from the folks who testified, from the public, from what Mr. Hill and Ms. Smith said in their testimony, the administration will repeat, a less terrible bill is still a terrible bill. Defeat the amendment.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Pickard.
Thank you. I think this Johnny-come-lately amendment is a bit much for my. I think Ms. Smith spoke so eloquently about the actual codifying language of the bill that it's clear how we can't pass it this evening, even with the amendments, the first 2 amendments. But this is just a little gratuitous. This reference to critical race theory in the proposed bill ginned up this community in such a way to hold this public hearing this evening. And now you want to remove it. This is nothing but a ploy for your next Facebook post about a 4-3 vote. And I just need to put it on the record because it's appalling use of this public body. And I'm tired of it. Yeah. So, yeah, critical race theory didn't need to be mentioned in this bill, but it was. And you got what you wanted. You got your Tucker Carlson moment. And it's disgusting.
All right, I'm going to take a turn here. Sarah Lacy, District 1. I think this amendment was predictable. We saw this coming because it was telegraphed. When an author of a bill submits a bill, it's generally in the most perfect form that they can get that bill into. It is exactly the way they would like it to be adopted. So it's quite clear to me the author of the bill intended the bill to be adopted with critical race theory in that reference, and I echo what Ms. Pickard said. But even in the answer to if you took that part out of the bill, what would you be left with, and would you support it then? You can see even more how critical race theory is a straw man in this bill because of the incompleteness of the definition of the categories of people who would be protected against discrimination. Mr. Volke's bill would purport to protect people from discrimination based on their sex, race, ethnicity, religion, color, or national origin. This body passed an anti-discrimination bill in our Fair Housing Act, where we expanded the categories of people and characteristics that are protected from discrimination beyond what state law requires. We are as advanced as we could think of to go. Other categories that could be included in here, because I can think of ways to discriminate against people based on them, are age, political affiliation, immigration status, LGBTQIA+ status, gender identity, sexual preference, source of income, personal characteristics like your hairstyle. But none of those are in this bill, because what this bill intends to do is basically newspeak. George Orwell, 1984, newspeak for the concept of discrimination. And what did they do when they had their new dictionaries in Big Brother's Oceania, where the party ruled everything? They cut words out so that they could reduce thought. They were intending to reduce the capacity of the human mind to engage in critical thinking. And I loved what you said, Mr. Hill, when you talked about critical thinking. I was listening. You didn't talk about critical race theory. You said, I teach based on critical thinking, because that is the overall umbrella of the skills that we need to be using to analyze legislation like this that seems innocuous on its face, but in actual practice, if we were to adopt it, would create a culture of fear, of terror. If you haven't read 1984, I suggest you get it out or get the Cliff's Notes version so that you know what I'm talking about. I couldn't possibly support this bill. And, I just have to add one more thing. If you really thought that we were going to create, and that it was necessary to create in this bill, a means by which we would say that no county funds should be spent on these categories of discrimination, you would also include a private right of action for people to enforce it when they've been discriminated against with county funding, but that's not here. Anyone else? Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 3.
Mr. Volke.
Aye.
Mr. Pruski.
Nay.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Nay.
Ms. Hare.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Nay.
Ms. Lacey.
Nay.
3 in the affirmative, 4 in the negative. Amendment number 3 has been defeated.
Is there any further discussion or comment? Ms. Rodvian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I haven't spoken yet because I wanted to listen and hear everything that was said tonight, although I have had thoughts from the very beginning when I first saw this bill. In fact, our colleague indicated that this bill would be coming back in June when we were in budget season, and we basically voted down the same concept in a budget amendment in June. So we knew this was coming. I feel like on other nights, the first 2 critiques that I'm going to give of this bill would be plenty. They would be they'd be more than enough reason to justify defeating this bill. Number one, this same colleague who has brought this bill that uses bizarre and strange definitions that deviate from ordinary understanding has ironically been the same colleague who has repeatedly called for precise definitions through our entire service on this council. And yet the definitions here are not ones that would be in any way what ordinary people would use the words to mean. The second critique, again, just the beginning, is that our council is not charged with setting school policy. We are not given the power to determine how schools educate our children. That is not our role. And attempting to use our spending power to usurp that role doesn't mean that it is not an attempt to use that role. So those 2 enough. On an ordinary day, that would be plenty. But I'm going to continue because that is just the tip of the iceberg. This bill wishes to pretend that we live in a colorblind world. And wouldn't that be nice? It would be nice if we had reached Dr. King's dream, that we could all sit down as brothers and sisters and and live together in peace. But we are not there. We have not been there. We are suffering the effects of past discrimination and harm. We are still suffering the effects of harm that is ongoing today. It is not lost on me, and I don't think it's lost on anyone in this room, that this entire council is white. So as people who, as white people, we have some choices. We need to think about the fact that not one person on this council has ever been given a higher mortgage rate, a lower property assessment because of the color of their skin. We do not have parents who are unable to purchase a house because of redlining, or they're unable to, or their exclusion from a VA loan. We do not have parents or grandparents who are threatened for wishing to exercise their rights to vote. We do not suffer the harms of our communities being destroyed because a local government decided that their thriving community was an excellent location to build a parking garage. As a result, the members of those same community and their descendants, in fact, their children, I'm sure there are some in this room today, whose families were moved to the edges of town without transportation to reach the jobs hub because of decisions by this county, and those harms are still suffered today. So what does that mean? Let's not discriminate. So if we're not going to discriminate, if we're just going to pretend that everything is, everything is equal, we can kumbaya and everything is in perfect harmony, do you not believe that the present day impact of past policies and currently policies are the cause of the differences that you see between races and racial outcomes? What is it that you think is the difference? If it's not those racial policies of the past, what is it that you think? And I'll let you think about that. Do you think it's because Black Annapolitans live in public housing disproportionately because they are inferior? Ironically, that's what this bill is trying to pretend it doesn't say. So the 7 of us, as white people, we have 2 choices. We can pretend that racism doesn't exist. We can use the benefits that we've had because our parents and our grandparents did not suffer the kind of discrimination. We don't discover or experience the kind of discrimination that people of color experience. So we have 2 choices. We can either pretend that none of that matters and we're all equal and everything is fine, or we can do our job and love our country, love the dream of our country, the vision of our country, and work to heal. This bill is not about healing. This bill is about prolonging and trying to ignore. And when you don't heal a wound, it's not going to just go away. You have to address it. And the things that we're talking about in public schools, like equity, are our attempts to address it. And yes, that does mean sometimes that people are treated differently based on race. And that's because we have to have that in place. Finally, I just can't stomach the hypocrisy of this particular colleague bringing this particular bill as an attempt to say, I'm a champion of non-discrimination. We have had many opportunities on this council to put to stop discrimination. And my wonderful legislative aide went through the bills that we have looked at with this council and has identified a number of them. Providing workforce housing. My colleague voted against that. Providing fair housing practices, non-discrimination in housing. My colleague voted against that. The establishment of a Human Relations Commission. My colleague voted against that. A commission on disability issues. Voted against that. Prohibition of certain rent increases during COVID. My colleague voted against that. a previous attempt that I mentioned before, a previous resolution during an important nationwide and local discussion of the relationship between police and community of color that basically pretended that that was not an issue. He voted against encouraging residents to participate in the 2020 census. Why would anyone want to discourage folks from participating in the census? He voted against a charter amendment requiring the existence of a human relations commission, and I will leave it there. So for this colleague to come today and pretend that he is a champion of equality and civil rights is the most disingenuous thing I have seen on this council. And I will not stand for it. I will not pretend. I don't care if the colleague goes on WBAL radio and says that, oh, his Democrats colleagues support discrimination. I really don't care. Because when it comes down to it, we know who in this room supports equality and doing the right thing and healing our country and being patriotic and loving the vision that we have not yet achieved, but we will achieve. So I will be voting this nonsense down.
Mr. Volke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to add a couple things to that speech. I hope that everybody remembers that I did vote in favor of memorializing the 5 known lynching victims in this county and the Equal Justice Initiative's efforts on that point, which this council voted on unanimously. We did unanimously in this council vote to recognize Juneteenth as National Freedom Day. We did on this council unanimously vote to recognize Indigenous Peoples Day in Anne Arundel County. These are all so far resolutions that my colleague from District 6 put forward. We did unanimously recognize November the 1st as Maryland Emancipation Day in Anne Arundel County. And we did, as a majority on the council, myself, Councilwoman Hare, Councilwoman Lacey, and Councilwoman Rodvian, vote to ensure that we continued to provide busing resources to communities hardest hit in Annapolis, where there were some significant equity issues as it pertained to the ability of students to get to school, that were historic issues that had been long running. So I do just want to clarify a little bit when I can certainly, I'm not going to do it here, but I can talk to all the votes and the reasons why I did or didn't do it. You can go back and watch the tape. I explained it. But there is a deeper history here. And so I think it's, again, I come back to a term that somebody used testifying. It's a bit of a character assassination. And that is, for whatever reason, I suppose that's where we are this evening, and that's kind of where people want to be, but I do want to add those couple context points to the record. So thank you for the opportunity.
Madam Secretary, please call the roll on amendment number 3.
We did defeat that amendment, Madam Chair.
Excellent, thank you. Then would we go ahead and please call the roll on the whole bill, 8121?
Yes, Madam Chair. Mr. Volke.
Aye.
Mr. Pruski.
Nay.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Nay.
Ms. Hare.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Nay.
Ms. Lacey.
Nay.
3 in the affirmative, 4 in the negative. Bill number 8121 has been defeated.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read the title of bill number 8221.
Bill number, I'm just going to wait one moment.
Ma'am, just make sure you got the written testimony from opinion witness.
Okay. Okay, you ready? Bill number 8221, an ordinance concerning licenses and registrations. It's a bit late, I apologize. Towing companies, towing or removal of vehicles from parking lots, placement of signs, regional malls.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. This is my bill. The purpose of the bill is to conform our county code to a state law that was passed concerning the signage requirements for non-consensual towing at regional malls. My district hosts Arundel Mills. And when we had last updated our law on non-consensual towing, and we said you have to have a certain number of signs, they have to be covering a certain geographic area, that would turn out to be not only a ridiculous number of signs for a mall like Arundel Mills, but also would actually have negative impacts for their operations, such as snow removal, because of the impractical locations where the signs would have to be placed. So since state law has been updated since then, this bill just simply conforms to that, which will make it easier for Arundel Mills and other malls in the county. Mr. Barron?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pete Barron with the administration. Joining me is Lieutenant Conklin, and covering Ms. Lori Blair Klausmeyer. The administration supports the bill. Happy to answer any questions. I don't know much about towing, except I don't like it when it happens to me.
That, and it comes up a lot in the county council. Does anyone have any questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll now open the public hearing on bill number 8221. Madam Secretary, do we have any testimony received from members of the public?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any submissions of testimony.
All right, and does anyone who is here wish to speak to the bill? Seeing no one coming forward, the public hearing on bill number 8221 is now closed. Madam Secretary, please read the title of bill number 8221.
Bill number 8221, an ordinance concerning licenses or registrations, towing companies, towing or removal of vehicles from parking lots, placement of signs, regional malls.
Last chance for discussion. Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll on bill number 8221.
Mr. Volke.
Aye.
Mr. Pruski.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Hare.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Ms. Lacey.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Bill number 8221 is passed.
Thank you. It's still before midnight, so we have no more bills. We're out of bills. Time to go to resolutions. Okay. Madam Secretary, please read the title of resolution number 4721.
Resolution number 4721, resolution approving the determination of certain non-buildable county-owned properties known as part of Drum Point Avenue and Crane Highway in Glen Burnie, Maryland as surplus property.
Mr. Barron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have Mr. Daniels from Central Services and Ms. Niederer from Office of Law. These properties are located in Glen Burnie, Maryland. 3 of the lots are located on Drum Point Avenue, a paper road originally, or a paper road near the intersection of it is late. Governor Ritchie Highway and East Furnace Branch Road. Drum Point Avenue properties include portions of lots 5107, 5108, 5111. Portions of lots 5107 and 5108 contain 1,316 square feet or 0.03 acres. Portions of lots 5108 and 5111 contain 477 square feet or 0.08 acres. The remaining property located on Crane Highway contains 2,217 square feet or 0.051 acres. You have been provided a map. If council approves this tonight, Mr. Daniels and the Real Estate Division will proceed with disposing of this property. We ask that you pass this resolution this evening.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Pickard.
I would just ask my colleagues to please support this resolution.
Ms. Rodvian.
This is really just a point of order to say thank you to the folks from the administration that have waited here since 7 o'clock to answer questions that we may not have any of.
All right. Time for opening the public hearing on resolution number 4721. Madam Secretary, do we have any testimony received from members of the public?
No, Madam Chair, we did not receive any submissions.
All right, and does anyone wish to come speak for up to 2 minutes? Seeing no one moving, I know you're all still alive out there, okay. Then we will close the public hearing on resolution number 4721. Madam Secretary, please read the title of resolution number 4721.
Resolution number 4721, resolution approving the determination of certain non-buildable county-owned properties known as part of Drum Point Avenue and Crane Highway in Glen Burnie, Maryland as surplus property.
Any further discussion? Madam Secretary, please call the roll on resolution number 4721.
Mr. Volkey.
Aye.
Ms. Tapruski.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Hare.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Ms. Lacey.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Resolution number 4721 is adopted.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read the title of resolution number 5221.
Resolution number 5221, resolution confirming the appointment of a member of the classified service to serve on the Pension Oversight Commission for Anne Arundel County.
Mr. Barron?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Joining me is Ms. Megan Brown, our Boards and Commissions Coordinator, and Ms. Lori Blair Klausmeyer is here if we have any legal questions. The 5221, right? 5221 appoints Joseph Bertowitz to the Pension Oversight Commission for a term ending January 31st, 2024. One of the commission members is required to be a county employee who is not in police or fire and a non-member of the AFSCME bargaining units. You have his resume before you. He is an energy manager in the Department of Public Works and is a non-represented member of the classified service. I'm going to get it right, I promise. If you have any questions, we are happy to answer them. Ms. Brown, do you have anything to add?
Any discussion? Ms. Hare.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jessica Hare, District 7. So I think I'm understanding this, but I just want to make sure. It looks like, so Ms. Lovett resigned. It doesn't say which member she was filling. Are we replacing the representation with the representation that resigned?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Ms. Rodvian?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just really wanted to say thank you to you as well.
All right. Madam Secretary, please call the roll on resolution number 5221.
Mr. Volkey.
Aye.
Mr. Pruski.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Hare.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Ms. Lacey.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Resolution number 5221 is adopted.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, please read the title of resolution number 5321.
Resolution number 5321, resolution approving the submission of names for the Property Tax Assessment Appeal Board.
Mr. Barron.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Glad to have Ms. Brown sticking around with me. This resolution appoints 2 people, Mr. Glorioso and Ms. Winstead, to the Property Tax Appeals Assessment Board. We will send these names to the governor for appointment once approved by this council. In full disclosure, Ms. Winstead is a personal friend, a resident of Pasadena, and a law school colleague and an excellent tax attorney. So please don't hold my friendship with her against her.
Are tax attorneys that hard to find?
She is fantastic.
All right. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Ms. Hare?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jessica Hare, District 7. I think something's up with my mic. But I think this is a question for legal. It looks like the code requires we send 3 names. So don't we need to keep the process open until we have 3 names?
Lori Blair, Klausmeyer, Deputy County Attorney. The code does require 3 names. We were unable, my understanding is we were unable to obtain a 3rd person interested in the position. There was contact made with I believe these go to the governor's office the appointment secretary, and they said go ahead and submit the 2 names at this time.
Okay. Out of curiosity, how hard did we try? I mean, I haven't seen too many advertisements for this. How are we going about trying to find a 3rd name?
We reached out to different groups that
would host tax attorneys. We also posted it on the vacancy website, and we reached out to people we know and put it in the Boards and Commissions vacancy newsletter as well.
Okay, and we've only received 2 responses?
Yes.
If you have names, please send them to Ms. Brown.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you for asking me a question to justify my remaining here until 11:45 p.m.
Thank you, Ms. Klossmeyer.
Okay, so I have a question though now. I'm not sure if I followed. Does that mean we cannot vote on this tonight because we need more time to find another name, or we can vote on this?
We've been told you can vote on this and we can submit the 2 names. That's my understanding.
Okay.
I do not think they're going to reject it. I can't guarantee it, but that's what we've been told.
Right. So it is hard to find a tax attorney, is the answer.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Hare.
Sorry, just one follow-up question on that. I
Who's
guess
willing to work for free, Madam Chair?
I'm just curious. So we've been told by someone in the state that we can submit these names, but do we face any potential challenges or problems legally from a community member who feels like we haven't followed proper procedure? I ask only because this has been an issue with delegate vacancy appointments in the past.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I honestly don't think so. I think that's the legal, requirement. That's the state directing us what to do in the sense of what they are looking for. I don't think it's a citizen issue.
Okay, we got it in writing that we were being directed to submit 2 names.
And I think what we're going to do, I think this will go with a cover letter explaining the difficulty, and that's what we were instructed, how we were instructed to handle it.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Secretary, please call the roll on resolution number 5321.
Mr. Volkey.
Aye.
Mr. Pruski.
Aye.
Ms. Fiedler.
Aye.
Ms. Rodvian.
Aye.
Ms. Hare.
Aye.
Ms. Pickard.
Aye.
Ms. Lacey.
Aye.
7 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Resolution number 5321 is adopted.
Thank you. Is there any other business to be brought before the County Council at this time? Seeing none, may I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved, Allison Pickard.
And a second?
Councilman Pruski, second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. The County Council is adjourned until November 1st, 2021. Please check the Council's website for more information. Thank you and have a good night and a safe drive home.